Hey everyone, here with Allison McDowell again, and we recently got back from Tucson, Arizona, where we went down. A friend of ours, Drew, put on an event, and Allison and I both gave presentations at it, and I also filmed it. So the segments, Allison gave a presentation in like 10-minute segments. So what we've done is put them all together into one video, and then Allison wanted to make a little like opener video to kind of explain what it is you're looking at and maybe give a little discussion about it. So
Allison? Yeah. So I wanted to add in because, well, our friend Drew, who invited us back, this is sort of the second talk. The first one that we did, Jason filmed and I gave, was one of probably the most watched in single talk that I have out there about sort of the games and smart cities and games. And that was a year ago in the summer, like summer before last. But Drew said there are at least a couple of people who I think were overwhelmed by the amount of material. And in fact, one person said they couldn't come back for the second day of the event because they were just too overwhelmed. So I think Drew thought it might be better if we tried out, like I would do like 10-minute sections between each speaker. And so I did 8 10-minute presentations so that the flow is different than a whole talk. And in that way, I wanted to sort of introduce. And really, one of the things I wanted to explore was something I'm starting to feel is really important, is this idea of complex adaptive systems, and also like my shorthand is like the ant computer or the slime mold computer, and how this works with complex adaptive systems theory. And then now what I've just been spending some time on the last day or so, Jason, on the token engineering commons. And, of course, you and Leo are far more knowledgeable about the particulars about how some of these mechanisms work in financial markets. But beyond simply that digital programmable money is meant to control people or possibly punish people, it actually is, I believe, coming out of this stuff that I'm looking at with John Holland and genetic algorithms, looking at coordinating small units and subgroups of society in towards some larger collective emergent potential, whether that emergence is like they're crazy attempts to try to give a soul to AI or the singularity, or whether it's to try to like create some noosphere thought form or whatever. But I think the people who are in charge of ushering in these new global economic systems through program money and literally the engineering of economies, and that's something I've spent some time on this morning, is looking at Trent McConaughey of Ocean Protocol and Michael Zargham of Block Science and what is his name, like Griff, the common stack guy. And they're all in this talking about simulated economies and artificial economies and setting up dashboards and bonding curves and things that I don't quite understand yet that I'm going to try to dial in on. But this idea of a simulation, a simulated society, and running iterations and then optimizing it, I think is a frame that those of us who are advocating for the continuation of natural life on the earth, or free will on the earth, or some sort of agency and autonomy outside of a collective system. But this is not a collective in terms of purely a political ideology. It's rather a mechanical collective. It's the collective of we, which is the read aloud I've been doing, the I versus the we, which he was Russian, so there's a bit of politics in it, but it's actually more about the mathematical logic layer. And so these 8 10-minute segments are touching on that frame. And I think, it was primarily people who are coming from more of a health freedom space. So the talk that I was offering was kind of outside. I'm often pushing the boundaries of these things, the frame of reference, and I'm not sure how much it sank in, although sometimes it takes time and people go back to it. They loop back around. They go, oh yeah, the ant computer. But at least in having this video that we can share it out, I've touched on this some with some talks I've done with Cliff already. And yeah, build off of it. And then at the end, I think there's going to be some stuff. There was a panel discussion with some Q&A. And then I had a couple chunks within that panel discussion that are going to be glommed on at the end. And then hopefully, like when this closes out, we'll have a chance to stream it live so people can join in, and Jason and I can recollect some on the trip itself, because it was, in looking around the Labyrinth, Tucson, it turns out, has a lot of really interesting stories.
Yeah, for sure. And then just you wanted to highlight the fact that Tucson, the history of Tucson, and signals, the role of signals there, and there's a lot going on there regarding that. So we've done a few visits. I had to leave. I had an event to come back to Denver to, but you stayed down there and actually did some other stuff and made some other visits as well. But yeah, space, Tucson is real relevant.
The themes are sort of like space and consciousness and domination and like nature, right? Because what part of the anchor point for the stories that I was telling last time was that Tucson, like Southern Arizona broadly, is sort of was the site of the Apache Wars, and they went on for like 30 years before Cochise ended up dying in the Dragoon Mountains, and then Geronimo was taken to Oklahoma and Fort Sill, where, later on it's understood that his skull was stolen and taken to the Skull and Bone Society, evidently. So yeah, there's a lot of this story of both this struggle of attempted cultural erasure, attempted empire, like where we are in the new digital empire, and Fort Huachuca, which we went to on the first trip. The Center for Electronics Warfare, and the nature of aerospace and defense in Tucson, along with Stuart Hameroff's work in consciousness studies at the University of Arizona.
Yeah, so we hiked. We did a hike at the Cochise stronghold, and I forgot the name of the campsite that was at the end there, but it was a really amazing, beautiful hike. And we were just going to, Allison just wanted to go to there's kind of a rest area with all these really amazing rock formations.
Magma. It's very volcanic.
Yeah. But we couldn't find a place to get into the rocks. It was like fenced off. And so we were driving around and looking around, and then, so Allison didn't want to do her thing at the rest stop.
Like, I was driving. Driving is not my superpower. Driving is more Jason's superpower. But so I had this rental car, and it turns out, like, if you rent cars places out west in remote areas, is that they don't put spare tires in them anymore. And so I had sort of a traumatic situation with a blowout on a tire over the summer. And so I was like, I don't think I can drive on a lot of dirt roads. Like, I'll just try to do something like near a regular road. And then the fate was like, no, you need to go there. You need to go all the way there.
And I'm sitting there like, what's the big deal? Like, these are like not like bad road. I mean, they're dirt roads, but they're not like, they're not like hardcore off road. There were a few little dips, but I didn't realize. So I understanding her fear was that she had gotten stuck in, was it Tucson?
Taos. Yeah.
Taos. She had gotten stuck with a rental car, and I had no idea that they're not putting spare tires in rental cars anymore. Yeah. And so, like, it was kind of kind of messed up their whole day.
Like, even if someone put it on a flatbed and drove it to a town, like even a mid-sized town like Taos, the supply chains, they're just like when you have a week's vacation in 3 of your days, or anyway, I didn't want to get stuck in the back, but fate pushed us onto the Dragoon Mountains, and it was beautiful. So.
It was amazing. And also, but I brought that up because that's actually part of the story here, part of what they're shifting us into, tires not being available. But even like if you rent a car, you can't fix your own tire because everything's a service. You can't do anything yourself. You have to rely on them to come out and do the thing for you. And then, of course, if they're not available or you don't have the right token or whatever, I mean, that's the world that we're shifting into. And, I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and about us, talking to some groups when we go out to California, and she was like, well, the people here, kind of will get it, and I hope she's right that like people will be more open to it. But I was also saying like, yeah, but even people you think will get it don't get it, because there's a different orientation, a different understanding of things once you understand, cybernetics and like the world sensorium, the world brain, these ideas that have been around for a very long time. Like without having an understanding of that, you can't understand what's going on. Like you literally can't. Like everybody's still trying to talk about these issues through traditional frames, from political frames or economic frames that actually are going to be irrelevant in the very near future.
Your old-timey ideas.
During the event, you'll see here there was a kind of a debate amongst people at the event that Allison was speaking at, that we're about to show here, and so I could see Allison was getting kind of frustrated here, like listening to this, because
it was about a constitutional convention. They were debating the appropriateness of a constitutional convention.
Right, exactly, and the founding fathers and what this country was intended to be and all of that. So, so Allison gets up there and she's like, you guys can debate these old timey ideas, and I'm just in the back like going, oh my gosh, Allison, what are you doing? You're not.
Well, I didn't say you couldn't, but they'd have to incorporate the new material,
right?
Because if you don't know where it's headed, then if you're just debating in the past, or even what you understand as the present that is in flux, you're not going to get to any kind of good strategy of how to navigate it.
Right. And it wasn't meant to be a jab. It was just meant to be like, come on, guys, like this is like, we've moved on. Like the world has changed, and you're not recognizing that, you're not recognizing the change that has happened and is still happening. And so that's what we're trying to do is we need to shift our thinking about all these things and not just listen to whatever, thought leader that the algorithmic feed is presenting to you, because the stories that they're telling are inaccurate. That doesn't mean that they're
incomplete.
Incomplete. I'm sorry. I would say incomplete, but also a little bit inaccurate in terms of like where the source of the problem is, or where the source of some of these things are coming from. So, but also like historical, like I know there are, someone has some new books out about the history, of the CIA and the mafia. And that's actually really important stuff about our history. But again, like it's like there's a new system coming online. And I think that the powers, we say the powers that be, whatever that is, whatever the thing that is behind this, whether it's emergent or if there's some sort of, I don't actually understand that, but I know it's happening. And they're okay with, we'll let you know about all this horrible stuff that's happened up until this point, and then you can chew on that, Meanwhile, we're building this totally new thing. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and if people haven't had a chance to see, it'll be a bit like for when this comes out, because we're gonna put it after the first of the year. But I have a blog post. I ended up ironically in a webinar for IEEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. And, I don't think tons of people, like it just doesn't trip off the tongue, like unless you're in the space. And it's interesting that this far down the line, like it's not commonly understood that these systems, it's a global thought form, right? And it's a digital signals engineering, and they all have to be coordinated. And those happen through certain global mechanisms, of which IEEE, it's a private, group of electrical engineers that's global. They're one of the major players. And then NIST, which is the standard system here in the US, is also coordinating a lot of the cyber physical sensor networks, right? Because if you're going to live as an avatar, there has to be consistency wherever you are in the world. And so that's in the process of happening. And I would encourage people to look up, it's like the IEEE Metaverse Congresses. There have been 5 sessions so far. I think 2 of the 5 are actually directed at Chinese audiences and are in Chinese. But there's 3 that you can watch. I mean, well, the first 2, and I have a screen grab, not great, of this 5th one. But I got on the list, and so I went and I logged in the day that they were live streaming, which was a few days back. And I realized once I hopped on, it was a WebEx. looking at the participants, that there were about a dozen panelists or presenters, and they had it separated, presenters versus participants. And I was the only participant, right? And so in this space, I spent 3 hours, like almost like one every minute or 2 minutes, typing in these comments, because they're just presuming this is all good. Like everyone is fine with living in the new simulation, which is engineered. But towards the end, I said, do we not recognize this as military technology? Like, do we not recognize this as that the military has access to very high level, sophisticated behavioral psychology that will be built into these gamified environments? And are we going to forget all of this research into altered states of consciousness and psychology and even torture? Right? Because we know, like, and in the blog post that I put up with supplementary material, I had the congressional hearings, I think it was 1997 on MK Ultra. And again, much of that material was scrubbed and burned and deleted. But even so, there were still congressional hearings into this program that existed about how to manipulate people's minds to certain ends. And, so the challenge is you can look backwards at these issues and these nefarious things that have happened that are part of our history. But if you don't then apply it to, okay, so yes, and then apply it to what does that mean to live in a cyber physical system, to live in an outside in robot that knows a tiny fraction of a second before you act what your mind meant to do and can steer you with this, like various influences, either from outside your body or inside your body into a certain direction. And when you listen to these individuals talking about token engineering, those tokens could just also be representative as agents, as people, as objects in the world. They're just steering them. It's all about steering. And anyway, so yeah, I agree. Like we need to look at the past, but we need this through line into the present and projected future. Or just looking at the past in isolation, there's such a sea change that we're at right now that it's not going to do us much good to stop it just exposing past harms.
Yeah, just to give an example of something that most of us are probably familiar with is, when you're typing in, Word or Google or whatever, and it wants to finish your sentences, and a lot of times that is what I wanted to type. But I end up typing it myself anyways, just like that's like my stupid resistance. I'm like, yes, that's gonna, and sometimes I change the words, even though that's what I was originally gonna write, but I'll change the words just because fuck you,
I know you better than you.
I know, but imagine that like on steroids, like tenfold, like acting out in the real world, So yeah.
Well, I talk about this outside in robot, right? And and even in this talk so this talk, not only was it with IEEE people and I was the only person, but it turns out it was the incoming president of the organization, the head of the standards committee, who had a long career with IBM in China, and I think is now based in California and is working on developing artificial senses. I think next up, now that they've dialed in on vision and hearing and some touch, is taste and smell. Like he's convinced that he's going to build a better simulation. And the father of wearable computing and the grandfather of virtual reality. So it's like Allison in this space. So the incoming president, his name is Tom Coughlin, I think, and he's in San Jose. Expertise in data storage, which is what they need a lot of. And essentially what he said was that having a permanent record of ourselves across our lifetime will help us be better people and will help other people know ourselves better. And that this will be an optimization scheme, like essentially. And really there has not been an ethical discussion on whether we all actually agree that is. Because once you put into place that we live in a panopticon where every mistake you make is part of a permanent record, I can imagine that being very paralyzing for a lot of people, right? Like you'll always be, you'll be afraid to do something because you might do it wrong and then it'll be on your record. And, it's the irony of this coming from Silicon Valley, which is, their mantra for so many years was, move fast and break things, these are the move fast and break things people, but we're going to keep it on your record so we can know you better. And we'll always keep track of who you are. And, yeah, lots more conversations about this need to be had about living in the outside in robot.
I wonder if the Chinese version of that webinar had more than one participant that's outside that group. But that's interesting too, the fact that this is so insular. It's like there's this major thing that's occurring, and the only people that know about it, that are discussing, are the people that are building it. I mean, these conversations aren't happening in any of the media or even the alt media. Except for, a few people like us, but you know what I mean? Like it's just them talking amongst themselves, yet the implications for the world and the future and life itself are massive. Like probably, I would argue that this is a greater, like the shift. I think it's the greatest shift in human history, recorded human history. The implications of how this will change life on Earth, human beings, everything. I'm not saying that hyperbolically. Like, I mean, thinking about this, I really do think that this is the greatest shift in human life. I don't know how to word that, but you know what I mean. So I wanted to just read a quick quote, and I mentioned this to you, Allison, but I think it's relevant because in terms of how to frame this, this is a quote by Karl Rove from October of 2004, and he was talking about the U.S. empire and what they were doing in the Middle East. But I think that the mindset here is important to wrap your mind around. It says, he said, "We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, judiciously as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be left to just study what we do." And the way that I think about this quote, or why I think it's, it's useful for me, is because I think, like, so many of us are studying the old reality, like that we're not. And so what, like, Allison and I and a few others are doing are trying to, like, look ahead, like, okay, what's the new reality? What's there's a digital empire being built right now in front of our very eyes.
Some of the specifics of it, like
the specifics,
as opposed to just like, oh, there's a scary thing happening and a boss controlling you and your money. That, like, how? Like, what are the particulars? What are the policies? What are the mechanics of it?
And I've even used phrases like, "Oh, they're building a digital prison," like, okay, but that's not really useful. I mean, it's useful to, like, maybe get you to, like, oh, maybe I should find out what that means. Like, how does that look? And so we're trying to give you, like, specifics about what this thing looks like. What is the thing that they're building, and where's it going, and what are the implications, and is that something that we want? And yet, a lot of the people that have, like, platforms are focused on, and I'm not saying that it's not important to focus on those things, but you need to incorporate them into what's happening now. But looking at, like, the history of the CIA, and I've spent a lot of my time looking back at those things, but we need to bring it forward, and say, okay, but also include and incorporate the new schemas that they're setting up, which are much more dramatic, I would argue, and terrifying.
Well, and I would say the thing that I'm realizing is that, they put out a bit of bait and they have people pounce, and, like, once you realize everyone is sort of the set of hashtags and as your digital twin, and then they map it, and then they do the next drop, and then people pounce, and then the ripples go through the crowd, and then they, like, so it's like we've been living for the past couple of years in this loop of, like, info drops, especially meant to be polarizing or, trigger intense emotion, and then it fans out, and then the next week it's the new thing, and all of this is being modeled in their games. I mean, that's, they're talking about modeling token economies, but it's the same kind of modeling in these other militarized simulations. And so they're building these vast data sets. So, like, at this point, if you're still jumping on the next thing Klaus Schwab says, like, you're literally just being conditioned, like, a puppet, just like you're afraid that you're going to be, but you are actually already are. And so, like, and I don't know how to stay totally out of it. And to me, like, on the one hand, I'm sort of lonely of being like, I don't know what's happening out there in the online world, really, because I'm off of it. But I am pursuing these deeper dives into, like the tokenomics. And I think that's really huge. And as much as they're framing everything as a penalty, right, the social credit score or, limitations, I think in actuality, as this rolls out, they're going to craft a narrative that these tokens, these participation tokens, are something you'll want, something that is empowering, something that they're going to be selling these to the freedom community as, self-actualization through participating in these blockchain systems. They're not going to come at you with the China social credit score. They want you fixated on that while they set up the counter narrative, which is, hey, you can be a participant, you can be a giver, you can get microcredit for your intellectual property, you can get all of these things in our space, but they're not going to really tell you that it's an artificial environment that they equate to SimCity, where they're at the dashboard dialing up and down the various metrics, to get you. They're not going to tell that part. And so we just have to be very conscious about how we're consuming narratives that are put in front of us, and to sort of look at all sides, before you dive in with your emotional reaction. Because what I'm realizing from the Signals and Boundaries book is a lot of this is actually like linguistics and grammar. And I feel like increasingly what they're after is a grammar of human emotion, a grammar of human feeling, of human sociality, to try to either narrow it to like emoticons and that sort of thing, and then track it, and to come up with the grammar that will help them represent human life. It will never be able to represent the richness and the eclectic, chaotic nature of natural life.
It's reducing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So anyway, just keep trying to get, and that's not to say that there isn't an important information that people aren't sharing in these other spaces. It's just, if you're not including this, if you're not including some of this other material, you're really not understanding where it is we're headed. That's just the reality of it. You're not understanding the new empire that's being built. You're still, like Allison says, you're still talking a little bit about some of the old timey,
I would say the key
old
tenets
system
are ultimately this idea of convergence. And there could be another layer that we have not yet discovered. I'm not saying that I have this all sewn up, because every month there's a layer that adds more clarity for me, but they are trying to get some sort of new evolutionary form of life. It is centered in evolution and eugenics towards some collective being form. And whether that's for, the singularity, for interplanetary space colonization, who knows exactly why, but there's this imperative to get out of dematerialize us as physical beings, and then materialize as some sort of digital mind file. And then that is being done through the blockchain Web3, both the money system and the sensor-based system tied to behavior, to build up those digital twin files. And then the game that's going to be pushing it all along is this ESG investing, social impact finance, dispossess people out of authentic work, and then push them into UBI, where essentially their menial job will be to perform humanity. And in the panopticon, so it can be fed into the machine. So I think that's the trajectory: is the impact finance, the cyber physical and socio-technical systems in Web3, and then emergence. And if you're not people are just well, I don't understand why they would be doing these things. And I'm well, you have to incorporate that. The finance is leading to the Web3 and the finance interface with one another. They enable each other. And then ultimately it's about organized data aggregation and prediction modeling into this, sifting us out of our bodies and into, a big.
Yeah. I'm still skeptical of the idea that they can sift us out of our bodies. I know that there's a lot of stuff that claims, the moonshot goals, directly states that. Now, whether they can do that or not, and what actually is the force behind this, because I imagine that there are people that if powerful people in this world, this is what I imagine, and I don't even know if that's actually true, but that they know what this thing is, and they have no intention on being a part of this global brain. They're going to be outside of it, and manipulating it. That's kind of where I kind of lean into. But I don't know. I mean, it could be. It's kind of a mystery to me, because some of these things are some of these ideas are so completely foreign to at least my understanding of the world and what's possible, what's even like actually possible.
But you're reading World Sensorium now, right?
I'm reading
how clearly laid out these ideas are almost 100 years old.
Right. So yeah, I finally picked up that, Allison has read a lot of quotes from the World Sensorium, which are kind of incredible. And so I was like, by Oliver L. Reiser, and I finally went and picked it up, and I'm actually reading it now, and it's kind of stunning, and it would just be like, okay, this is just some there's a lot of like new agey groups that have some sort of like, oh, well, the comet's going to come by and we're going to jump on it. There's people with all kinds of wild ideas, but actually this if you lay what's being said in this book over what's actually happening right now in this digital transformation, it aligns, like perfectly aligns. So whether or not they can actually do what they want to do, it's clear that this is the direction that they're pushing society in, that we're all going to just be like nodes in like a global world sensorium, global brain. You have to read it, like really, like it's actually like it's a pretty easy book to read, and it's not that long either. So yeah, I definitely highly recommend reading that book.
And this one too. So this one is I read from this one too, the J.D. Bernal, The World, the Flesh, and the Devil, An Inquiry into the Future of the Three Enemies of the Rational Soul. And this book was written in 1929, so it predates Reiser by a bit. And he was a Cambridge-trained X-ray crystallographer. And he was at high levels of the British scientific community. So he wasn't like a science fiction author. This guy was a scientist, essentially, predicting that in this planned future, we would have a larval state of living in a physical body for like 100 years. And then we'd put our brain in a cylinder and live through like superpower haptic robotic arm pinchers and sensors. And this is 1929. And like we're getting there. And, one of the people in this webinar, the IEEE, was this father of virtual reality, a grandfather of virtual reality. And he had spent most like 20 plus years as an officer in the Air Force working at Wrights-Patterson Air Force Base. So again, it's this man-machine blending is like the pilot and the airplane is where a lot of this got started. But, I just sent him another email. Like he reached out because he said he had some concerns too. And I said, well, I laid out, like, this is my research. I don't think the engineers are supposed to know that the global financial markets are placing bets on children's behavior, but they are. That's the plan. And it's not good. And I said, within this virtual reality, why would we want to outsource, like Bernal said, like to the sensor technology? Like, why would we want to outsource our senses to something that's mediated and we don't know what's mediating it? Like, we don't know. And the very first time I ever saw virtual reality depicted, and this wasn't that long ago, it was like 2016, 15, 16. It was a video and it was a presentation at Penn State. So I wasn't there in person, but I was watching the video. And the presenter was from the UK, and he showed a clip of a VR headset that he had put on his sister-in-law. And the experience was a roller coaster. Right. And so you could see her body's reaction to being in a virtual roller coaster in this headset. Now, I'm not a fan of roller coasters. Like, I mean, some people are big fans. Like, I am not a fan. Like this, I'm not a fan of roller coasters. And my visceral reaction in watching this woman in the VR headset was that is a torture device. Like, that's a torture device. And so, anyway, like if we are to live in the outside in robot, like, it could maybe like smooth the way and make you your best self, or it could also be like a total wage psychological warfare on you. and there's no protection at this point. There's not even an awareness that this is a conversation we should be having.
Oh yeah. And so another thing, I think you wanted to bring this up because I had sent, I still have Telegram, but I have a few groups, but I kind of barely follow anything. But I have a few people that I can still keep.
You know what, Jason? Can we do this one at the end?
Well, yeah, but we can. Oh, I wasn't planning on showing the thing right now. I was just going to record.
Oh.
Did you want to watch it? your talk?
Oh,
I was just recording.
Chat afterwards, like after the live. Could we go like?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, sure. No, yeah, for
That's
sure.
what I was thinking. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to
for
do
sure.
that, but I want to save a little bit for the end.
Oh yeah,
So
sure. For sure.
Because I'd like to open it up in case people have questions.
Yeah, for sure.
But I thought we could hold that. Like we should show some pictures.
I need to get Bernal's book now too. But yeah, it's
short, but it's yeah.
Yeah, but like it's kind of frustrating because I don't know. It's just like I don't know. We're having different conversations, I guess, is what's going on here. It's just, I can tell you that where I was 2.5 years ago is extremely different than where I'm at now in terms of understanding this thing. And it's a process, but, yeah.
Well, and I appreciate your perspective because I wouldn't know like where to get started on Web3, if I didn't, like, you don't know who to even look up, right? Like these are not, I mean, on the one hand, you have the large tech companies like HP and IBM, and they're all in this space too. But a lot of this early engineering programs, these are happening with very small groups of people, but they're backed. Like, that this is the direction that things are going in because of, they're the global nature. So, like, again, I wouldn't be on this. It's we have complementary sets of information.
Yeah.
And then you as well. Like, I mean, I would say if you ask most people about things like Ocean Protocol or MakerDAO or Impact, IXO Foundation or these things, like it's totally not on anybody's radar. Yeah. Even as the tentacles are being sent out, the mycelia into the compost.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's been difficult because again, like it's like, you're on a ship and you're headed this way. And in my understanding of of the world and cause I've been thinking about this stuff, since I was in high school, I've been thinking about global politics and economics and a lot of these issues I've been thinking about forever, and trying to war was a big thing for me. I'm like, well, what's causing, why do these wars happen, and I'm not being satisfied with a lot of the answers that I was being given. So, and I finally, I kind of started to get an understanding, a kind of a general understanding of how the world works. And then all of a sudden, this thing comes in. I'm like, oh, wait, what? So it's kind of disorienting, you're like, oh, the concept of cybernetics is, and actually seeing it play out, seeing them actually do it. It's really disorienting. So it's, even for me, it's been a little bit of kind of regaining, my, what do you call it? When you're kind of dizzy and your legs. What?
Your sea legs, getting your bearings.
Yeah, getting my bearings. Yeah, getting my bearings back or whatever. So, but yeah, so I'm grateful for you, and I'm really hoping that more people join us. And I know that, we do have a handful of people that are following this work, which is really amazing. But also start to engage with it in terms of helping us along and adding to it, that would be really great as well.
And, and it takes a bit, people will get it. I mean, eventually, we're planting the seeds, right? As Drew says, Allison, you're the scout and you're leaving little piles of stones along the way, as I sort of race forward. And I think sometimes people get frustrated that I can't say it more simply, or that I'm being difficult just to not break it down in some basic way. But my job is to scout and to go out ahead. And then, the people behind, if, I could be a reference, but, to try to make it into something that's more accessible, that's more meaningful. Because if I stopped and tried to make everything more meaningful, I would not get to where I'm at in terms of understanding. But yeah, I think sometimes it just takes a while, and then it starts to click. People are like, okay, I watched 20 hours, I listened to 20 hours of you, and then now I'm starting to get it. Mm-hmm. And it's hard because we are in a, for what it's worth, it's a competition for attention. Everybody has a finite amount of attention, finite amount of bandwidth. And like there's a huge amount of information overload, and like people pick and choose. And so if you're just going to sort of dip in and sample here or there, it's going to remain confusing. So there is a certain level of commitment, and it's not a commitment everyone is in a position of wanting to make at this point, but you know, we'll see bit by bit.
Yeah, bit by bit. So here's the presentation in 8 parts. Was it 8?
Yeah, it's 8 10-minute chunks. And,
Okay.
and just so you know, I want to say in the opening, so I flew out on Friday, and the presentation was started early on Saturday, and I ended up having like a terrible migraine Friday night and was somewhat incapacitated. So I would just say if the first 1 or 2 segments are a little bobbly, it's because I'm also like was getting I didn't have a lot of time to revisit all of my materials, and we had a little bit of tech stuff. I didn't know how to do the clicker right. So just bear with me. I was not in my best state, but I rebounded, and the rest of it after the first 1 or 2 are pretty good.
And then at the end of it, we'll come back on and we'll come back on live, and we will we can take your questions and we can have a little bit more discussion. So thanks for joining us.
Drew and I, we had a chance to meet in March. We were at a conference in Provo that had to do with blockchain. It was sponsored by the Mormon Transhumanist Association, and a number of us sort of converged there and to hear what they were up to with their blockchain technology. And so the last talk that I gave was really focused on this idea of turning the world through smart sensors into a game that financial interests were going to be betting on, and then looking particularly at the state of Arizona policy and exploring it particularly through the lens of education. And this is not just within the public schools, but with this idea that education would be sent out into the landscape with devices and tracked so that the machine could start to learn who were as people in society. And so this talk today, in these 10-minute installments, I'm going to be sort of going through and touching, like building off of that. And what I've been looking at over the past year, essentially refining my understanding of digital twin technology, the idea of using data, digital dust from us and aggregating it in piles to create sort of a shadow self, and the ways in which these simulation environments, that they can use mathematical permutations to influence our behaviors in the real world through impinging on these digital models that they have, and how that's with blockchain and digital identity and creating all of the data being interoperable with each other, and with the people in the environments we're in and the built environment itself, it can change the outcome of these games. And so I've understood more about the twin situation, and then also about what's called complex adaptive systems, or CAS. A lot of this work was done out of the Santa Fe Institute, where essentially what's happened is that the Manhattan Project sort of segued into the Human Genome Project. And as I'm trying on this lens now, it appears that, you know, there's always new layers of the onion, so I never say, like, I totally have a handle, like, listen to me, because I know what's going on exactly. But it's this process of discovery and, you know, leaving the cairn piles, you know, behind me along the way, and maybe you would interpret it differently. But as I'm looking at systems theory, complex systems theory analysis, they're imagining the idea of creating new forms of life out of chaos, using order organized in certain mathematical ways, representing us as mathematical symbologies to almost like try to enliven golems, or, you know, these crots, these unalive things, to turn organized information and to try to give it a soul. And that's what it feels like. And so this is what I'm going to be playing around with today a little bit. And it builds very much off of, Drew gave me a copy of this in March, of The Abolition of Man, C.S. Lewis's approach to that. And I do believe that that is what is underway. And it's underway. I'm not really sure how it's going to work with the slides, because I don't have a remote.
You have a clicker.
Oh, I have a clicker. Okay, so we're walking around the labyrinth. I have a friend, Cliff. He's a guide with me for thinking about these things. And he says, we're not here today to try to identify the wrongdoers, because this system is so complex and they've been telling so many people stories about what's happening that are only small pieces of the puzzle and not the whole story, that we can't really expect. Pointing fingers and trying to assign blame, I think, leaves us in a place of wanting, and that if we can be more neutral about looking at the structure and realizing we're probably all, or either ourselves or our loved ones, entangled in it somewhere, and just be try on the lens of well, that's interesting, right? That's interesting. It doesn't have to be bad. It doesn't have to be scary. It can be interesting, because I think at the end of the day, our souls and our spirits are beyond any of these limiting equations they're putting on us. So we can see the labyrinth, if we can actually see the walls, but not get tangled up in the spider webs of the labyrinth, but just see it for where we are. And so what I'm going to talk about more in these follow-up sections is looking at Tucson and its place in the labyrinth, its geography, what it is offering into the story, which I think has a lot to do with consciousness and aerospace, space colonization, the attempt to remanufacture, dematerialize our human bodies and put our consciousness into a computational format for more easily transference into some other places, and that this history actually goes back 100 years or more. And there's a man, his name is J.D. Bernal. He was an X-ray crystallographer trained at Cambridge, connected with the Fabian Society, with Julian Huxley, with the Huxleys, and Solly Zuckerberg, one of the early scientific advisors to Great Britain. It's not just science fiction. He's not just a science fiction author. He's a scientist who's looking at water and crystalline structures and resonance, and he was predicting space colonization in very clear, and synthetic biology, and this idea of having our brains put in cylinders and living through haptic robotics in 1929. And it feeds into later what, not sure, it's not quite going forward, Julian Huxley's idea of setting up UNESCO. Anyone? I don't know. The clicker's not clicking unless I'm doing it wrong. I think I'm doing advance. Oh, here we go. All right, maybe it was just slow. Okay. I'm going to send these books around because I'm not going to do a read aloud, but the other one is The World Sensorium by Oliver Reiser in 1946. And Huxley in 1946 predicted, he said, man is at the top. He is the sole trustee of evolution, and the goal is as much as possible, as quickly as possible. And they were seeking to cast a spell over humanity to move us into the age of scientism and away from spirit and religion. So I guess So if you're interested, I'll send around a piece of paper. I'm happy to send out the slide deck so you can see this in more detail. But that is Huxley speaking about UNESCO and the imperative of evolution. And there's the labyrinth that we're not going to get stuck in. And this is this idea of eusociality and sociobiology. So I'm just going to leave this section with this idea. They're moving us into this new phase with polarity. This idea of creating order out of chaos is that they want to create little holons, little groups, little teams, and identify them with lots of data. And so we are living now, I believe, in a largely digital simulation in the social media to create polarizing situations, to drop it in the thing, and then to flash polarized people on either side on many different issues. And each time that happens, they tag it for the next round of the simulation. And so this often, I think, in conservative circles is viewed as a left or a socialist or a communist. What I'm seeing now is that they're looking at ants, termites, bees. It is a eusociality, social biology, and in the creation of new collective consciousnesses of aiming that towards some sort of other way of collective being in another dimension, whether that is space or something else. And so if we can, the most rebellious act in this would be to go, oh, stay out of the labyrinth, that's interesting, hold some space, go, oh, I see what you're doing there, I see what the intended result might be in terms of dividing myself from my neighbor, and I'm gonna think about that, and I'm maybe not gonna take the bait, and I'm gonna look for bridges, and to try to convey this story that there may be something else going on in the background that's benefiting from this polarity, and it's this idea of moving us into these colonized behaviors. We still have 5 minutes. I was trying to time myself. Okay. Oh, okay. So I know that might sound a bit odd, but all of this complex adaptive system was coming out of Santa Fe Institute. Martin Nowak was doing this research in eusociality with E.O. Wilson, he was called the Ant-Man. Today I'm going to talk a lot about the ant computer. Nowak's work at Harvard was largely funded by Jeffrey Epstein, so I think this idea of like him wanting to be a certain baby daddy and like using scientific donations to cover over his bad misdeeds is actually perhaps an incomplete story that he's actually funding, like whatever that means, his brand, his identity, he was fronting for this money into the systems engineering. And that this is actually based out of eugenics. And when I go to look in the labyrinth of what's happening in Tucson, this idea of synthetic biology comes out of a eugenics past, and it has ties to Arizona. Incidentally, these folks ended up in Pasadena with something called the Human Betterment Foundation. It was the West Coast branch of the Eugenics Records Office, which was in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. But E.S. Gosney was a guy who was a breeder of sheep in Arizona, was very active in the business community, and then eventually went on to do citrus in Pasadena. But he was a key eugenicist, very central to this, as well as, cancel. I was trying to time myself, sorry. Let me cancel that out. Stupid technology. Rufus von Kleinschmidt was a president of Arizona State University here in Tucson, and he came from Indiana. He also he was at USC. He was a president of University of Southern California, also a major eugenicist. So these things come home, and there we've got E.O. Wilson. He's looking at his ants, and on the one side with the yellow and the red dots, that is a sugarscape. It is an artificial society that's programmed through mathematics, and they do mathematical modeling and simulation. So that's sort of the overview for this first part, I think. I did circulate these books, and I'm going to just take a minute in this next section to read a couple, just so, I don't tend to go off on the more things that seem more loopy or out there esoteric. I really started around investigating school closures and following money and reading and watching World Bank talks and reading white papers from Deloitte and Accenture and all these people. But some of the stuff out there that they've been imagining for a century is quite intense. And if you don't actually find the books and read their own words, I think you might think, well, that sounds like a bit of a stretch, Allison. They want to put our consciousness on blockchain and upload us as spores to some interplanetary colonization. And I'm like, well, I don't know. These important people in the 1920s were saying that was the plan, and a lot of your predictions are eerily close to what seems to be happening. So this is I'm going to read a couple paragraphs out of the Bernal book. Again, he was the X-ray crystallographer from Cambridge, an expert in structured water. This is from chapter 5 called Synthesis. This is after he's laid out the plans that we're going to colonize space and put our brain in a cylinder with cerebral spinal fluid and operate through haptics and superpowered sensory organs. After we've gone through our chrysalis stage, we get like 100 years of life in a real body, and then before they put us in the cylinder. So he's saying, having followed our main lines of change separately, it now remains for us to consider the interaction between the physical, physiological, and psychological elements of future human evolution. And again, Huxley was saying man is solely in charge of this. It is very easy to see the relations of the first two, the colonization of space and the mechanization of the body, are obviously complementary. The dissimilarity between the conditions of life in space and on the Earth would in itself be sufficient to cause perfectly normal, unassisted evolutionary changes in human beings. But obviously, spatial conditions would be much more favorable to mechanized than to organic man. If he could get rid of the major part of his body and his necessity for a relatively large intake of oxygen and water-saturated food, the cellular nature of the celestial globes would cease to be necessary. This would give mechanized man an advantage similar to that which the relatively flexible and naked animal cell has over the rigidly demarcated plant. Besides, it is only in space that the potentialities of the more highly developed forms of complex minds would have an adequate field of functioning, particularly in their extended time relations. One may picture then these beings nuclearly resident, so to speak, in a relatively small set of mental units, each utilizing the bare minimum of energy, connected together by a complex ethereal intercommunication, and spreading themselves over immense areas and periods of time by means of inert sense organs, which, like the field of their active operations, would be in general at a great distance from themselves. As the scene of life would be more cold emptiness of space than the warm, dense atmosphere of the planets, the advantage of containing no organic material at all so as to be independent, both of these conditions would be increasingly felt. It is when we turn to the interaction on the psychological plane that the difficulties again occur. The physical and the psychological have a mutual influence which is very difficult at the present moment to estimate. Undoubtedly, if modern tendencies have any elements of permanency in them, a great deal of the activity of the future will be devoted to the end of a greater understanding of the universe. Humanity or its descendants may well be much more occupied with purely scientific research and much less with the necessity of satisfying primary physiological and psychological needs than it is at present. This character may stamp the whole of future development so that machinery will be organized not for production, but for discovery. Indeed, the great necessity for production, either of food or other articles of consumption, will disappear rapidly with the progress of dehumanization. But such changes are small compared with those which would necessarily be involved in the physiological alterations which I have suggested. So this is 1929, and essentially I've have this conversation with my friend Cliff, and it's sort of like it feels like they want human life to become a sensing, like a distributed, decentralized network of a sensing organ for some sort of machine consciousness. And the origin of that, depending on your cosmology and worldview, might come from different places. But that's what it sounds like they're talking about. Like, get rid of the water stuff, or carbon, like it's not really very portable, and move into this new phase. This is Trent McConaughey. Trent McConaughey is with Ocean Protocol. Ocean Protocol is they call themselves sort of like a public utility platform for blockchain, where all of the impact data that's going to be connected to these games played on human capital finance and environmental, social governance investment products, the impact data to verify those deals will be stored on blockchain ledgers and made available in an anonymized format for access for big data analytics and AI machine learning. Very connected to many in the tech space, and including SingularityNet, and they're building this singularity with this data through the pools of data collected. And he's talking about this idea of interplanetary colonization.
And beyond, right? So why stop at Mars? What about exploring the cosmos? Now, there's a hitch. You might think, we've got Earth, we've got Mars, and beyond that, though, the next closest planet is Proxima Centauri. It's 4 light years away, but at maximum speeds of today's travel flights, it will take 81,000 years. Oops. So, and Charlie Stross, the sci-fi author, I love this quote. He says, "Sending canned primates was never going to end happily," right? We're basically primates in tin cans flying around the cosmos. So taking 81,000 years to get there is probably not going to work. So I could expand this slide into a whole talk, and I have before, but there is a lot of reason to see, can we migrate our minds into a better substrate, right? My view is, as humans, it's not about my body, it's about my mind, my patterns of thought that are in my brain and my body and how they're manifested, right? And then, once we have that, we can explore the cosmos. And there's at least 2 credible ways. There's uploads, and this is a question of brain scanning that gets higher and higher resolution over time. And then a bandwidth plus scenario. Think like iPhone 25. Once we go beyond the smartphones where we're talking with texting, we can keep going. So there are some credible ways to get here. It's nothing in the next 5 years, but 20, 30, 50 years from now, 100, this is where we could be heading. And this is great, because what it means is we can explore the cosmos. And oh, by the way, if AI ever does wake up, that's okay, because now we have a competitive substrate.
And again, this guy isn't a cognitive neuroscience, but he's connected with all of these people that I will sort of touch on. So again, this is Bernal. So this is the read aloud that I just did on the one side. That's him with this water molecule setup that he made, and then later his envisionment of space colonization. This gentleman is a Russian billionaire, although I don't think he's really the guy doing it. I think he's just the guy standing in front of this project. And I wanted to include this. This is connected to Avatar 2045, this idea that we'll have a whole body prosthetic. And at the end, Stuart Hameroff, that I'm going to be talking about, is a signatory to this project.
A life which could be more happier because it could be free from suffering, from physical suffering. We're trying to create the avatar bodies, artificial bodies, which will allow us to live longer, to overcome our limitations. So I'm creating the concept which can further cause the public demand. I'm attracting best experts, and I'm using their knowledge and their expertise to be sure that we're going to a right direction. You saw Ishiguro's robot, and yeah, it was created several years ago, and the technology has been developed, and new materials have been developed, new artificial muscles, new servos. So there's no doubt about the idea that in the nearest future we'll have very human-like android robotics. So the first Avatar A, they could transfer the sensory data from their limbs to our body, and they could provide us with the telepresence effect. And this technology, I think, could be even more interesting than having the sort of artificial intelligence in front of you, because this will solve some problems in tourism and transportation, and you have a full telepresence in that body, so you literally live in that body. And if you have a health issue, if you have some fatal diagnosis, why don't you continue living in that body? So I'm trying to create the mechanism which will be very similar in terms of sensations, but the mechanism which will be more reliable, more capable, and which will be more easy to repair. There is no need to stick to a certain form of the body, but I believe that we should start with the transition, which will provide us with the opportunity to go to the body which is very similar to this one, because the shape of the body, the form of it, very much affects the personality. We are not even ready to become immortal human beings. We have to fix this mental side of our humanitarian nature. We need to become better to be able even to use the technology of the artificial body, the avatar technology, properly. And then, when we are, strong, when we have good enough spiritual muscles, we can discover something new.
So Drew is right. This is a spiritual engagement that we're in. Like when he ends saying we need to get right here and we need to exercise our spiritual muscles, I feel very strongly that this is something that this mechanical emergence, whatever this is trying to get a soul. It is trying to get that. And so when it says we want you to put yourself into our machine and be spiritual or have emotion, it's because it's trying to get at something it can't get at. So I think this is a good follow-up on just the branding of this. Because I think one of the clips in a lot of the narrative is talking about like the Chinese social credit score versus democracy. And I think it's really important to understand the polarization and the branding, because they kind of, this new program is on every level, and they're actually interested in making us their, the embryo of their planetary democracy. And so I would say, especially for people who are maybe coming from the more patriot conservative side, to understand the way in which democracy is going to be changing, and it's going to be linked to blockchain, and this idea they will sell it on radical participatory voting. A lot of this also has to do with quadratic voting and what they call liquid democracy. And so what they will say is everyone will vote on everything, only that's impossible because it would be hundreds of things a day. And so what they will do is they will assign your virtual twin to an AI that will vote on your behalf. So later on, when I talk about this outside-in robot and the sensor network, is that they're setting up, quote unquote, to remake democracy as part of a smart contract layer on blockchain. Blockchain is a permanent ledger that is decentralized and secure, as they say, although there's lots of hacks in these side chains. But essentially, it's a node of interoperable data that can be used to represent individuals or societies, the smart cities. They will have digital twins that are represented through data held on blockchain, these ledger systems. And they want to put all of government they want to make electronic government shift in that direction, put it on blockchain and have it run on big data analytics. So I just, here, this book, it's called The World Sensorium, The Social Embryology of World Federation, 1946. It was written by Oliver Reiser. He was a professor of philosophy at the University of Pittsburgh and connected with many people. He was there for 40 years. He retired in the late 60s. And his book lays this out. This is the year right after the United Nations was founded, and he was this was sort of laying out the United Nations program. But on page 31, it says, they're talking about the creation of a world brain, a global superorganism that would be our interconnected mental states. And I think when we hear about situations that are happening either in terms of medical policy or public planning, urban built environment policy that would be contrary to long-term health of the population and why it doesn't seem to make sense. But if you link it to what I'm saying about Bernal, that the goal, this is a eugenics program, a forced evolution into a different state of existence. And that they are currently using our embodied state to extract as much data as possible in an organized fashion to try to manifest this a soul into this other thing. And I can't explain where it comes from, but they don't actually want robust health to fight back this thing. And so when we say that doesn't make sense, why would you do things that would make people sick and ultimately chronically ill and whatever? It's because they don't imagine humanity over the long run continuing in the current form. And this is something that's been going for a while. So it just says, riding on the surge of a great seminal wave of formative energy, America at last reveals herself in the hugely dramatic setting of world embryology. She is the matrix of a planetary democracy, a mode of social evolution precipitating a skeletal structure which shall be the architectonic of a universal humanism, a world sensorium for a new civilization. And that's what y'all are sort of birthing here. And, I do want to point out my last talk that I gave was situating this in place, and that the Apache Wars that took place in southern Arizona, it was in the name of civilization and progress, right? It was the removal of an existing civilization to make way for a new civilization. And what I'm saying is that continuity of the civilizing process, the logic of it is extended towards we will shed our, water-based, carbon-based units for some sort of photonic optical communication. And I'm not saying right or wrong, but that's just the logic of how these things are going. So just to hit on, space exploration, you guys are very big into this space, and also the biosphere too. The fact that this closed environment, this plan, that was for space colonization. That has been managed as a homeostatic environmental system. And that's been going on for some time. the L5 Society, I've mentioned them, Carolyn Meinel and her husband, they were promoting, this is in the 70s, the space colonization program, not from some kooky, outlandish thing. These were Princeton physicists who were planning this. This is very much linked with the radio astronomy that is happening. And her father, Aidan Meinel, helped create the Kitts Peak Observatory and was a leader in the development of optics here in this part of the state. And that legacy of optics and photonic development continues today. There's the impact plan, the economic impact plan from 2021 to 2024, like that larger trajectory from the 60s. Meinel came out of Caltech and came down here. So literally the industry that is sustaining the community is wedded to this progressive program. You know, right or wrong, that's just how the forces are in play. And if you look at this report from 1999 about optics, it's sort of laying out the sensor technology. Like, we were just talking about the 5G infrastructure and the microwave radiation, but all of these optical sensors, the next wave of computing is light-based, right? We're switching from the wired-based to photonics, and optics and photonics are really, really central to what you are about here in this part of the labyrinth. And the sensing and the actuating of the sensors on the world. So this diagram behind me is the world homeostat. It was, this is from a talk in the late 80s given in San Francisco to the Baha'i by Irvin Laszlo, a very prominent systems theorist, originally from Hungary and later out of one of the Sunni schools in New York. He had been devising this idea of a closed system, the world as a cybernetic circuit that needs management through sensors and actuators to be calibrated. And so when I say like that the Manhattan Project segued into the Human Genome Project, the radioisotopes that were developed at Oak Ridge during the Cold War in the environmental movement of the United States was birthed out of Oak Ridge National Lab and the Atomic Energy Commission, where they used radioisotopes to track energy transfer and metabolism through environmental systems. So the original track and trace were these radioactive isotopes, like used intentionally and strategically to track environments, and then of course humans as part of this environmental element. So the limits to growth in the 70s, right, is built into this idea of a cybernetic managed environment and a world homeostat. And what Laszlo told to the Baha'i, he said, you guys are going to be the leaders in this because your faith is built on science. And so what I'm saying is like the actuators of building the networked information system to run the globe like Biosphere 2 is going to be coming in a smart contract layer of blockchain, that it is a global governance layer of logic that is programmed into the built environment, into these sensor networks, which is what is the foundational economic growth of this area of the country. It is going to be like the world run as HAL 9000s, only they will give you some tokens to hand to your AI to vote in the planetary democracy, right? But it will be HAL 9000 that is running this. So if we could, this is just a 1-minute clip. This is from a gentleman. His name is Juan Benet. He is with Protocol Labs. Jason and I have done a lot of discussions about him in coordination with our colleague Leo Saraceno about this logic board installation to push humanity forward. This is linked, the image next to me is from the creation of a world constitution in 1946 out of the University of Chicago. Okay, so that gives the whole Chicago boys, Milton Friedman school of like shock and awe and like management, economic management, a new element. So I'll just close with this short clip.
If you want the world to ratchet up into a better system, you have to make it drastically easier to use. You have to make it more convenient. Users will not select privacy. Users will not select security. Users will select convenience and fun. Oftentimes, people dismiss the requirements, but it's important that you think about your superpowers as riding on top of a massive scale, international computing infrastructure that's run by a set of corporations. So the application stack and the personal computing devices, those end up being manufactured and controlled by various different groups. There's probably a problem there in terms of the number of manufacturers for computing devices. We probably need a lot more groups to do that. However, it's extremely difficult. Now, the layers below are actually pretty good. When you think about the openness of the internet and the openness of the networks, that's working quite well. The problem sits below. The way that the internet is steered today is through a series of contracts, terms of services, and the action of various corporations and courts around the world. Those contracts can change very easily. Those courts can decide things in the future that are different from the past. So what we need to really upgrade our systems is to create a layer that won't change, that has hard requirements for change, that has a much stronger foundation. We want math, cryptography, and economics to underlie the structure of the internet, to underlie the security of our communications network, and to guarantee your future access to these communication systems. I think most of you have not been in a country that suddenly overnight disabled the internet, but more and more people every day are encountering that kind of experience, and it could happen anywhere. So these kinds of infrastructure improvements can lead to public, international, digital utilities. Don't think of them as corporations. Think of them as a utility that is there for the benefit of all, for the benefit of all of humanity, not run by any one group, but run by the math, by the cryptography, and by the economics behind them. Through that, we can establish these digital human rights. And from there, we should get them ratified. But I think we're in a moment where we should build them first and ratify them second. So that's why a lot of us are working on Web3.
So that's what the 5G networks are for. It's for the international public utility to run the world on logic.
So we just wanted to mention this next 10 minutes that I'm going to talk about is a bit about gamification. And within these various scenarios, it's really important for the data to be aggregated about how you relate to material in the digital realms. So like later on, I'm going to show an image about this ant-based simulation, which is a computational model of social interactions. But I just ask you to reflect on the past 2.5 years, like given the nature of some of the questions, and consider how the resistance space has been managed, the various divisions, the various parties, the various influencers, the different narratives that are put out, and understand that all of that is being watched and fed back in feedback loops. And so within the idea of managing populations and reinforcing certain circuits, any information, but clearly within the past 2.5 years and the topic many people are here today, are related to population management within the digital space. And I'm not saying anybody's right or anybody's wrong, but it's very clear that there are certain like tensions in that space, particularly maybe in terrain theory or other things where they have been monitoring how those people have been responding and where the groups break out. And that's all being saved away for future management purposes. So the outside-in robot, I've talked a little bit about this. This is all gamified at a very high level, high-level computing, supercomputers. A lot of this came out starting in the 1980s when the access to supercomputing systems came more out of the military and became more widely available. The image behind me, this is the Friday poker game at Los Alamos. I think the guy with the arrow is Stan Ulam, who helped develop the hydrogen bomb, but at the table is George Cowan. He was part of the early institution. I think he was at the MetLab in Chicago, but was part of the Manhattan Project and then helped fund the Santa Fe Institute in the late 1980s. And a lot of what they were working on is complexity theory, because this is about managing complex systems into this sort of emergent organism. On the other side is John Holland. He is the father of genetic algorithms. And so many of these things, once we've reduced life to computational molecular biology, like, it doesn't really matter what bits and parts you're moving around, whether you understand it as like organic life or something else. Like, the game is in the management of it. So whether you're managing algorithms for hedge fund markets or for cancer treatments, like, it all starts to get distilled down into computational equations, and like both with complexity and the gaming. I've talked about the outside-in robot. I think we've been trained to think about robots as like, I don't know, the Star Wars robots, or, Sophia, the humanoid robot, or the Boston Dynamics robot dog, or your Roomba. But really, I think that the robot we should be paying closer attention to is the sensor network.
the paper on the one side is talking about the interface with mixed reality, right? It's not just you're going to live in the metaverse in a VR headset. What's really coming is they want us to perform humanity like live action role play in a sensor network. They want us to perform how it is to be human so that it can sort of suck that data out of how individual humans, their emotional states, their biological states, their networking states, and feed it into like the machine. And so there's this, like, I think it's quite compelling, this sort of little ghost puppet figure in the back with the smart kitchen with all the smart sensor appliances. And for me, like, that's the outside robot, whether it's in your kitchen or it's in all the 5G towers or the other kind of microwave sensors that are in the smart environments, city environments that are coming. And let me see, this paper, like, it's hard for me to turn around and see it, but it does talk about it as an outside-in robot. And like it's like an infant, where infants learn by like putting stuff in its mouth and crawling around and experiencing it that. I feel like we're at this early stage of AI where it's like a toddler. And it's like using us like the wooden blocks in a nursery school that like get built up and knocked down and stuck in the mouth and colored on with crayons. Like we're training it, but it's hard to know how quickly the progression will go from the toddler AI to something that's much more intrusive and sophisticated. So another thing, it's interesting, Russ, that you had that Hatch Education play table in your slide deck too. So that's the thing that really struck out at me is this, what they're doing is they're having preschoolers play at a play table with fisheye lens cameras. They're supposed to play together socially and then have their behavior scored based on video and audio recorded at that play table. And it's a digital experience. It's not even like tactile, right? And my early investigations into this was related to betting on human capital futures through hedge funds. The Heckman equation, James Heckman at the University of Chicago, Nobel Prize-winning economist, said, we're going to bet on children. We can't change their cognitive numbers that much on a dashboard, but we can change character. And so they're going to do that through digital media and learning. These play tables are in use at EduCare franchise pre-Ks. Some of them are through Head Start programs. Again, there's a huge push for universal pre-K to get it all standardized. But that's the kind of place that you would find these play tables in. The data that's pulled out, it was unclear to me whether the teachers were not scoring the kids based on the video. It was somewhere else, whether that was a person offshore in the Philippines scoring the children, or if it was AI. It's still not clear to me where Hatch Education outsources their scoring systems. But ultimately, it's going to a digital twin. And at first, when I heard about the digital twin, you can look up Nippon Telegraph and Telephone, NTT. They have very robust systems of digitally twinning cities and also human digital twins and all of the value that will unlock as data. I kind of pictured like a Barbie doll or like, I don't know, like a little miniature minifig kind of thing that represents you. But actually, once I was introduced to this idea of the Voronoi pattern or Voronoi polyhedra, it's like a of course they would represent us mathematically, right? It would be a math, because we're dealing in math. And if you imagine your digital twin, this is from LearnCard. LearnCard is a digital wallet for the future economy based on your learning. But whatever you learn, the AI is learning too. And they want you to earn credit for earning badges, both for emotional badges and cognitive badges. I think this will likely ultimately segue into UBI, like there will be some basic UBI that you have to commit to ongoing reskilling, but that it's also embedded in this wallet. This is through the World Bank program of blockchain education. It has a driver's license, it has your passport, so they're linking your geolocation data and your mobility into your currency and your knowledge base. And this will also be for gig work, like AI assigning you gig telepresence work. But I think that all of the data will be refined to you as that prism. And you can see there's a wire frame on the outside of it, and that wire frame is a plane of influence. So if you imagine that's an economic influence, that's a peer group influence, that's a work-based influence, that's an education, that's a mental health. They can start pushing and pulling on individuals to reconform them stretch them in the direction they want them to be stretched. Not necessarily, it could be internally, it could be voice to skull, it could be some of these frequencies, or it could just be like someone cuts you off in traffic. Like once they can orchestrate the outside-in robot, they could set you up for a day where you miss the bus and your kid throws up at school and something else happens, and then you contort to fit in the plane of this mechanical experience. So this is real. Like, these are not far out. This is coming. And I think, again, within the health space, we're really focused on, like, let me look at every single new thing about the health policy. And I'm saying, guys, it's linked into all of this. And I came in the education door, so I'm paying a lot of attention to this. This is a 1-minute clip from Michael Crow, again, at Arizona State University. I showed it last year, but just to re-emphasize that it's about gaming education. But in the gaming, it is like us LARPing life for the machine.
We have 150 partnerships. We've built a learning platform that's unparalleled. We launched a program in August just to offer a few courses to some folks. On a global basis, we had 192 countries respond, over 120,000 learners for the first couple courses that we put out. We had 12-year-olds in Peru complete college astronomy courses, 4 credit. I don't know what that means. It means something. I had a meeting yesterday with Bill Gates in San Diego as a part of the ASU GSV Innovation Conference on Educational Technology that we had 3,600 people attend yesterday. And I was walking through with Mr. Gates the 4th realm that we're presently operating in, which is education through exploration through game-based learning. Or just imagine this at the end of the game, and we're building this game. At the end of the game, you don't take a single test. You don't take a single course. You don't have a single lecturer. And at the end of the game that you play, you'll be able to pass any college entrance exam, or what we call Cambridge A-level exams. Anyone that completes the game, boy, girl, doesn't make any difference. Any A-level exam in math, chemistry, physics, or biology. Period. What does that mean for learning?
So it's important to know that Michael Crow was the founding board chair of In-Q-Tel, and In-Q-Tel is the venture capital arm of the CIA. Okay, so when you're playing the game, In-Q-Tel funded Niantic, which is augmented reality, which was behind Pokemon Go. So when you're playing the game in the world and the outside-in robot, to replicate a digital twin of what it means to be you as a unique agent in the game, and this game is around complexity theory, and it's tied to financial markets. And these financial markets are run on these genetic algorithms. And, you know, as Russ said, it's an algorithm. Like, what we're dealing with soon is going to be things like BlackRock's Aladdin supercomputer running portfolios, global portfolios that are connected to actuators in the environment to shape your future. And this is going to be framed in the education space as human capital pipelines, cradle to career. Strive Together is in over 70 communities around the country now. It is an extension of KnowledgeWorks, which was pushing decentralized education systems. And Strive Together is here in Pima County. And it's you know, again, they frame it as a pathway. And that pathway is cybernetics. It is a program. It is to keep you on the path. Now, you can veer a little bit off the path, but if you go too far off, you're going to get bumped back in. And what people need to know is, in the education space, that game, they want that game to be in your house. They want that game to be in the city because they get more data. The plan was always to deconstruct public schools. So while many people are feeling like, let me pull my kid out of school, which, you know, I understand because of health requirements or other things, that you may feel that's the best option, but just know that the complexity theory modelers always planned for you to get outside of those buildings and to be trackable in the smart environment. That was part of the plan. So now we have to figure out, knowing that that's part of the plan, to create holons of like-minded people, whether you're somebody who wants to like go off-grid and live in an eco-village, or if you're somebody who wants to like be with the Cato Institute and do like a conservative Latin classical education online. Like, they have something for every flavor, and then they're going to symphonize those into the thing that they think is this global superorganism. Now, I'm not a nihilist. Before lunch, I'm not saying I think it's all going to happen, But I think we need to sort of see the trajectory so we can step through the labyrinth and not get tangled up in it. So earlier we mentioned about blockchain. A lot of people are familiar with the blockchain technology, the distributed ledger through the crypto space. And because I came in the door of education and that they wanted to put preschoolers on blockchain as a human capital commodity, I was never a fan, the way a lot of people who have been dabbling in crypto have for quite a number of years. But I understand all of the many other versions of blockchain that are coming from beyond education transcripts, but the healthcare records, the digital driver's licenses, and even things as crazy sounding as brain-computer interface information run on blockchain. So this is the section I want to touch a little bit on about consciousness, because I think essentially their intention of remaking us as machine-readable, organized information is that the blockchain technology is central to that, and like the neural transfers in our mind. So on the one side, I have the science of consciousness, and Tucson has been a center for consciousness studies since the mid-90s, which is really interesting, and Stuart Hameroff is one of the key figures in that. And then on the other side of the screen is a section of a paper from Melanie Swan. She's at Purdue University and also, I'm not sure if it's the London School of Economics, but her focus is essentially creating minds using blockchain, and she calls them cloud minds. And this idea that we will enter into communal minds with other people or possibly other things and have it mediated on blockchain so that the intellectual property that we offer up with while we are in a cloud mind is properly credited to us for some future program. And I think this has to do with planned teaming and the telepresence labor economy, that they're looking to craft eclectic teams of people with different life experiences to look at their complex problems in new ways, and that blockchain is a way of tracking your intellectual property contribution across time is what's coming. And this paper from her is from 2016. So these are things most people can't even imagine that it's a possibility of something we should be concerned about or talking about, but they are real. So I mentioned that earlier, the clip with the Russian billionaire talking about 2045, the whole body prosthetic. Well, Hameroff is signed up, aligned with that program. I think when you imagine the idea of putting our mind into a remote robot, which is the next phase of telepresence global labor, at the top, that's from Sanctuary AI. That's based out of Burnaby it's a suburb of Vancouver. And Suzanne Gildert, essentially you have a VR headset and haptic controllers that remotely activate a robot. And that's called piloting. And they're imagining a future where, like many retail service workers, swap out between an AI interaction and a human pilot. But meanwhile, all of that data, like as we're inhabiting the body and moving our body and moving its body, it's like learning how to be that kind of person. There's a less humanoid version that's in Japan. They say it's being used to stock cooling things in like convenience stores, but again, like why not just give like a high school kid that job, But that's the future that is sort of coming, and I think a lot of it is about this sort of mind-body problem and consciousness and embodiment. Like they're trying to give the robots bodies and make us into mind, like digital mind files. On the blockchain, this is something that's come up within the past year, is this idea of a soul-bound token. Again, they're pretty obvious about what they're saying. This is in contrast to an NFT or a non-fungible token in that it's not an object that can be transferred or sold as a digital item, as a unique digital asset, but rather it is bestowed upon you and it can be revoked. But my understanding of these soul-bound tokens is that they would say it would be something like you attend this conference today and boom, 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 I like award you all soul-bound tokens in your digital wallet that you were here. And so forever on after, unless I revoke it, it's known. And my understanding of these, as I see them, is that these are metadata tags for digital identities. And so that they can pull that and it will be linked to things like interventions with human capital finance, right? That they do an intervention with a preschooler and then they'll be able to track it 35 years later if they end up in drug rehab or something like that. It's this layers of tokens. Glenn Weil, he's the guy at the top. He's the Microsoft's Octopest. And this other woman below, Puha Olhaver, I think, and Vitalik Buterin. But they're the people who were chosen to front this concept, but I think really it probably goes back at least to the 1990s and sort of early smart contracting. This is supposedly a leaked video from Google called The Selfish Ledger. It's sort of about Lamarckian epigenetics as a contrast to neo-Darwinian evolution, and I believe that this is your blockchain mind file.
When we use contemporary technology, a trail of information is created in the form of data. When analyzed, it describes our actions, decisions, preferences, movement, and relationships. This codified version of who we are becomes ever more complex, developing, changing, and deforming based on our actions. In this regard, this ledger of our data may be considered a Lamarckian epigenome, a constantly evolving representation of who we are. This is Bill Hamilton, one of the most significant evolutionary theorists of the 20th century. His work studying the social structures of ants, bees, and wasps had a profound effect on our understanding of the role of genes in social behaviors such as altruism. He believed, and went on to prove, that the driving force behind evolution was not the individual, but the gene. He stated that the ultimate criterion which determines whether a gene will spread is not whether the behavior is to the benefit of the behavior, but whether it is to the benefit of the gene. In this model, the individual organism is a transient carrier, a survival machine for the gene. What if the ledger could be given a volitional purpose rather than simply acting as an historical reference? What if we focused on creating a richer ledger by introducing more sources of information? What if we thought of ourselves not as the owners of this information, but as custodians, transient carriers, or caretakers? Initially, the notion of a goal-oriented ledger may be user-driven. As an organization, Google would be responsible for offering suitable targets for a user's ledger. Whilst the notion of a global good is problematic, topics would likely focus on health or environmental impact to reflect Google's values as an organization. Once the user selects a volition for their ledger, every interaction may be compared to a series of parallel options. As this line of thinking accelerates and the notion of a goal-driven ledger becomes more palatable, suggestions may be converted not by the user, but by the ledger itself. In this case, the ledger is missing a key data source, which it requires in order to better understand this user. In order to plug the gap in its knowledge, the ledger begins searching for a device which delivers the required data when used. From this list, the ledger begins sorting the options most likely to appeal to the user in question. In situations where no suitable product is found, the ledger may investigate a bespoke solution. By analyzing historical data, it is increasingly possible to discern qualitative information such as taste and aesthetic sensibility, which may be used in the creation of a design proposal. With the advent of technologies such as CNC milling and the emergent possibilities of 3D printing, a custom object may be created to trigger this user's interest. In this way, the ledger is able to plug gaps in its knowledge and refine its model of human behavior. User data has the capability to survive beyond the limits of our biological selves, in much the same way as genetic code is released and propagated in nature. By considering this data through a Lamarckian lens, the codified experiences within the ledger become an accumulation of behavioral knowledge throughout the life of an individual. By thinking of user data as multi-generational, it becomes possible for emerging users to benefit from the preceding generation's behaviors and decisions. As new users enter an ecosystem, they begin to create their own trail of data. By comparing this emergent ledger with the mass of historical user data, it becomes possible to make increasingly accurate predictions about decisions and future behaviors. As cycles of collection and comparison extend, it may be possible to develop a species-level understanding of complex issues such as depression, health, and poverty. As these streams of information are brought together, the effect is multiplied. New patterns become apparent and new predictions become possible. Just as the examination of protein structures paved the way to genetic sequencing, the mass multi-generational examination of actions and results could introduce a model of behavioral sequencing. As gene sequencing yields a comprehensive map of human biology, researchers are increasingly able to target parts of the sequence and modify them in order to achieve a desired result. As patterns begin to emerge in the behavioral sequences, they too may be targeted. The ledger could be given a focus shifting it from a system which not only tracks our behavior, but offers direction towards a desired result. We are at the very beginning of our journey of understanding in the field of user data. By applying our knowledge of epigenetics, inheritance, and memetics to this field, we may be able to make mental leaps in our understanding, which could offer benefits to this generation, to future generations, and the species as a whole.
So over lunch, I had somebody who was sort of asking like what the goal was or what the incentive was for rich people, to do these things. And, I think that there is something out there that believes that it needs to use us as an armature to like build out some sort of superhuman, super organism that exists. And when you understand things as a goal-driven ledger with prediction and risk and guiding, this is all stuff I want to keep in mind the next section when we look at the ant computer, the way in which we can be guided through the sensor technology in ways that we don't even realize. And I've had situations happen to me over the last couple years of being in social media circles with people that I thought I knew that all of a sudden have some unexpected behavior. Things happen that aren't logical, like in the real world. And so you have to wonder, as we navigate this information landmines, all of how this steering is happening, and that the goal is to track all outcomes. Like they don't actually really mind that there is resistance, right? As long as they can track it and calculate it into the program, they're fine with some resistance. And so I think that's why I feel like it matters the story that we inhabit. The story that I'm offering for you to try on and consider is that this is a game. It's a eugenics-based game of sort of super evolutionary processes that are digitally mediated, that most people aren't aware of, and that are being gamed at every level, tied to finance and social control and our innermost relations and our consciousness. And that's a very different conversation. I think if we tried on that lens and more people were exploring that with relation to Web3, the outside-in robot, and blockchain tokens, we would be a little bit farther along in really understanding how to better navigate the labyrinth. So just in closing, these are some papers. Stuart Hameroff, he was already working on biomolecular consciousness and nanotech in the late 80s. I'm sure, and this is stuff that's not top secret, right, that the public can get. So like imagine the other stuff that's out there. He and Roger Penrose have this idea of quantum consciousness that's connected to sort of microtubules, and this idea that consciousness is sort of an emergent thought layer that's in line with Teilhard de Chardin, who posited the omega point in Christogenesis, and Vladimir Vernadsky, who was a biogeochemist. So these ideas have been floating out there since the 20s and 30s. They're just trying to access it. So one of a lot of money has come in from the Fetzer Institute for this work on consciousness, and the John Templeton Foundation. The Templeton Foundation is located outside of Philadelphia. John Templeton made his money in mutual fund creations. He gave up his US citizenship in the 80s, moved to the Bahamas, became a British citizen, was knighted by the Queen, and his foundations fund high-level physics, free markets, genius, character development, and religion. And so this is very important for all the people out there who imagine themselves sort of conservative, libertarian, patriots. The guys who are running the Blockchain Mindfall Project, they're really interested in all of that too. John Fetzer, actually, he grew up in studying radios. He was self-taught in a radio pioneer. He made a bunch of money in Michigan. He's based out of Kalamazoo. For many years, he owned the Detroit Tigers. He was a beloved figure on paper. He was raised Seventh-day Adventist. He was Presbyterian for business purposes, but he was deeply involved in spiritualism, in channeling, in Ouija boards, in all sorts of stuff. And so Fetzer's Institute is involved in all of that, but again, centered on love and peace and all of that. But if you substitute the world homeostat for peace, you get a little bit more of an angle. So they're both pouring money into these works. The Templeton Foundation at the bottom, that's an image from the Berggruen Institute. Nicholas Berggruen is a billionaire financier / philosopher who wants to build a monastery outside in the Santa Monica Mountains. And he's studying early modern magic with a UCLA emeritus professor. Like, you can't make this stuff up. So the thing is, Fetzer actually spent his winters at a ranch in Tucson. If any of you guys know where the Fetzer Ranch in Tucson was, I think it was sold in the 90s after his passing to fund the foundation. But he did a lot of his channeling work here in Tucson. And I think that there is something to, there is stuff about magnetism and frequency and waves. And clearly it feels like Southern Arizona is a center for a lot of these energetics. So anyway, just another part of your labyrinth. Some of the next stuff I'm talking about is this smart contract layer. And I would say, I come forth asking for people across the political spectrum, if you value the Constitution, we need more people looking into smart contracts, because ultimately if they install a logic layer between us and everything in the world, whatever rights we imagine we have under the Constitution, they will be impenetrable. We will not break through that layer of smart contract arbitration to get to it. Now, I would love to have seen, like many people who identify themselves as constitutionalists, to be unpacking what smart contract law means for people and digital identity and cyber-physical systems and goal-directed behavior. I'm not seeing that. I'm not. And I would love to know why. Like, I've been in a number of Western conservative states where people are very much about the Constitution. They don't seem to know a lot about Web3. And that's a problem. So I would just invite, if that's something that you hold dear wherever you are in the political spectrum in the process, that if you're not understanding the layer of international arbitration that's coming through AI, whatever old-timey things you want to imagine are going to be irrelevant, because we're going to be living in a state of exception. So that's just the framing. I'm going to read a little section here from World Sensorium about planetary democracy. For one thing, it seems clear that democracy has been waiting for the development of some of our most recent inventions in order to become really effective. Now, what works government from Michael Bloomberg is really central to all of this. What kinds of changes in the social applications of new inventions and techniques will be required is a problem to be investigated, but it is clear that if we are able to secure a swift and intelligent reaction of the electorate on immediate issues, we must utilize radio, television, and airplane. Okay, this is 1946. In our air era and ether age, does not the slow machinery of old-time elections with campaign speeches and the setting up of electoral procedure seem out of date? Again, this is 1946. Pre-social media. Imagine the field day social media and DARPA has with all of this. If so, don't we need to devise new methods of summing up public opinion much nearer to the sources of reaction? The Citizens Forum, the Gallup poll idea, or something else will somehow have to be coordinated with our older methods of balloting or replace them entirely. Perhaps even the ration book idea could be extended, and each year, every citizen of voting age could be issued a book of coupons, which would cover so many events of public concern for that year. Instead of our present elaborate electoral machinery, each individual would be allowed to vote wherever he is by turning in a coupon at a fixed government station for the record recording of public opinion. And when a crisis arises, it can be discussed by radio and television with the citizens directly in their homes or public forums. Zoom public meetings, anyone? In international affairs, voting could be done through representative regional bodies when action is necessary, as in famine, epidemics, uprisings. Air patrols could go into action swiftly. All of this may sound slightly premature, but surely there are problems here worthy of investigation. I mean, how can democracy use science? And how can science be democratized in its applications? Only an international institute could give an answer in theory, test the theory out in practice, revise the theory in light of results by means of the circular reaction arcs that reach together around the world. Science and planetism must be welded together. Okay? That's liquid democracy, folks. Sorry. That's coming. That's the smart contract layer. And actually, it's probably been in development at least since the late 19th century by the Smiley brothers on the Mohonk House on the Hudson with Andrew Carnegie. And it's going to be framed as peace and international arbitration. That's your smart contract law. So in the game, we are all agents in the simulation. They like to bring agents together in teams, interesting teams, access the adjacent possible, and then break the teams down and start over until they get the information they want. The playing field of the game is the commons. You'll hear a lot about public goods and commoning. That's the game board. All of this stuff that I've been talking about today is framed as a public good, a digital public good. And the venture capitalist class are coming up with new ways of financing it retroactively. So they're just paying for results. And things like brain-computer interfaces will be reframed as a public good. And your 5G sensor networks will be reframed as a public good. The open-air prison will be framed as a public good and financed by venture capital so that they make money not only on the infrastructure, but on betting on our compliant behavior in the game. So yes, they call it socio-technical systems. Democratic governance of socio-technical systems. Spend some time, look that up. That's important. All of this stuff that we're dealing with like breaking down of civic institutions, elected politicians going rogue, terrible behavior, stolen elections, all of that narrative is a buildup to HAL 9000. It just is. They call it futarchy. Robin Hanson developed this in around 2000. There was a recent paper by Vitalik Buterin, the same guy behind the soul-bound tokens. So essentially what they're talking about is assigning your ballot to a proxy vote. So you will have that coupon that they talk about in here in 1946. You will have maybe 300 coupons a day that you're responsible for, and you proxy out your interest to people like the Sierra Club, or your nephew in the military, or your third grade teacher. They literally talk about it like that, and they'll vote for you on all of these topics. But ultimately, as in the other image, the goal is that you will have a robot. And this is by Cesar Hidalgo. He has a nice TED Talk about it. It's going to be so much more convenient and effective and efficient to simply vote on everything and through tokenization on the blockchain. And, I went out and I can't remember, the various nonprofits like, oh, the elections are being stolen, voter repression, da-da-da. I said, well, if you actually really truly cared about democracy, you would figure this stuff out. This isn't hidden. This is out in the open. Governance, blockchain governance for socio-technical systems with robots. And you're out standing on the street corners begging for money for your NGO, and you don't even tell people what's really happening. That's a problem. Because how can an informed electorate make any decision if they don't even know the game they're in or what the rules are? These people know where it's being driven. So among these people, block science is one of the key blockchain players. It's also involved with Common Stack. Again, this is all talking about commoning, the socio-technical commoning. His name is Michael Zargam. Well, he got his PhD in electrical engineering from Penn Engineering out my way in Philadelphia, because I'm from the land of the Constitution, right? Because it's supposed to protect us from all this stuff. Only most of his PhD funding in, complex systems, epistemology, ethics, math, engineering, and society came from the military, from the Army and the Navy, okay? So he's working on making your governance machine readable. I mean, you can look at some of the papers and the things. It's DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. This is all being set up. And he's now in Tempe. That's where his address is, the SEC filing for block science. And you should look that up, actually, and the Common Stack project. It's 3 guys. It's 3 houses. One is in South Philly. One is in South Jersey and like Gloucester. And this guy's in Tempe, okay? So this is being set up as we debate democracy and how it's actually working or not working. I don't know. I think we're somehow imagining like we're living in like some golden era, or like we're going to get back to a golden era. But unless we know what the future is planned and has been since at least 1946, we're not going to be well positioned to be strategic about it, because we're being managed. At every corner, we're being managed. And so like until the constitutionalists start spending some time on Web3 and the smart contract layer, I'm not really interested. Like until the voting suppression people like are doing this work, I don't want to know, because you're playing in the wrong game. You're not in the right game, and we all have to get up to speed. So thanks. People ask what I was going to talk about in Tucson, and I said the ant computer. because I think that if we can get to this spot of understanding the organization of people and managed behavior as sociobiology instead of a polarized political process, we'll be in a better spot. So what's coming next is actually an 8-minute video. It's from like 20 minutes, but I think it's really compelling to start to understand the management of complex systems and within a social context. So this is a programmer. They're using the programs of ants, simulated ants, to model path planning. And these path plannings, the efficiency are used in AI, like a number of different applications. They're not real ants in these simulations, but they create pixels, which are agents that do the modeling. So they set up the conditions, and then they run the simulation. And I think if we were more attuned to how this all worked, then we could understand when we walk into a certain situation, how some of the options might be varied, and how we might be managed in this. So a vocabulary term that's important to understand is called Stigmergy. And Stigmergy is like if you get like an ant infestation on your counter and you're trying to like wipe it down so that the trail of pheromones goes away. That's the Stigmergy. There is an essence that's left behind that influences the behavior of others, even if you've actually are no longer there. So these ant trails that are invisible, pheromones, that's Stigmergy. And so one of the things that I think might sound a bit strange, but for people who came to Jason's talk last night, it was about money and exchange value. And I think what's going to be coming soon is that they're going to be using tokens, both used in a voting context and in a financial transfer context, as artificial pheromones to track exchange within social networks and then to potentially influence that. So anyway, with no further ado, I'm gonna roll this video, but when you see them talking about programming the ants, like picture yourself over the past couple of years, if you've been in social media settings where you've seen things like conversations being managed, either through cancel culture, trolling, algorithmic disappearing, and imagine how they may be programming our digital selves in to get the behavior, the emergent behavior they're seeking.
Ants. Essentially, how it goes is we place a virtual ant at one of these towns, which then needs to pick a new town to travel to that it hasn't visited yet. The ant would prefer someplace nearby, so I'll calculate each town's desirability as 1 over the distance raised to some power. The higher that power is, the more strongly the ant will prefer the nearby towns. It'll make its final decision at random, but the probabilities are weighted based on that desirability value. So let's watch our adventurous little ant on its mission. Now that it has visited every town, we can retrace its steps to see the path that it took. It's not a fantastic path, but solving the entire problem is a lot to ask of one tiny ant, so let's give it some friends to help it explore. Once they've all finished their journeys, what we'll do is score each of their paths by how good they are, and these will act like pheromone trails, as the analogy goes, to help guide the next round of ants. So ultimately, each ant chooses the next town in its path probabilistically based on the distance to the town and the strength of the pheromone trail there. In that way, each new group of ants explores random variations of the best paths found so far, and any improvements are reinforced thanks to the pheromones. Let's try run this new approach on those 20 towns from earlier to see if it actually works. I've slowed the simulation down so we can get an idea of how the pheromone trails change over time, and here it's already settled into a really good-looking path. It took about 50 ants a split second to find this, which is a nice improvement from the 6 centuries we were facing before, although of course the trade-off is we have no assurance that this is actually the best possible solution. Just for fun, and please try to contain your excitement, I'm going to ramp this up to 100 towns. Here again, I'm showing a slowed down view of the pheromone trails, but it's maybe interesting as well if I run it again and instead display the best path the ants have found so far, so we can see how that develops over time as well. So I think this is a really cool algorithm. The only slightly annoying thing is there are a number of parameters for controlling the simulation, and it does take a bit of trial and error to find values that work well for a given problem. Anyway, this has got me interested in playing around with a less practical but more sort of fun visual simulation of ants. So I started by making a simple flat ant graphic and brought it to life a little with a crude walk animation. I then imported it into Unity, but something went terribly wrong in the process. And the result was mildly terrifying. I got it working in the end though, and wrote some code to make it follow this green dot around, which is going to represent the ant's food source. Here's the ant's code as it stands right now, and I want to modify this quickly to get the ant to wander about on its own. I'll try achieve this by simply nudging the desired direction by some random vector each frame, and let's see how that looks. This ant is too indecisive and not making much progress in its life, but I can turn the wander strength way down, and now it's exploring its surroundings quite nicely. I think the next step should be for the ant to be able to sense food if it's nearby and pick it up. So I've added some lines of code for handling that, and let's test this with just one ant to start with. That's working well, I think, so now I'll test this with a bunch of ants. The ants shouldn't just greedily keep all the food they find for themselves, though. They need to take it back home to support the colony. I really don't know much about ants, so I did a little research about how they even find their way home. It turns out they're smarter than I'd imagined. For example, beyond recognizing landmarks, which is pretty impressive, some desert-dwelling species are apparently able to combine directional information from polarized light with distance information from essentially an internal pedometer to calculate a straight path back home. I'd like to keep things simple though, and have all navigation done via pheromones. So inspired by this really cool video that I came across, I'm going to have the ants use two types of pheromones. This blue one they'll lay down when leaving their home to search for food, and then if they actually find food, they should turn around and follow the blue pheromones home, while laying down these red pheromones to try recruit other ants to the food source. They're not doing a great job at the moment, but that's not their fault. I haven't actually implemented the pheromone following yet. So for that, I'm going to ask each ant to sample 3 regions in front of it. And based on the concentration of pheromones it detects in these regions, it will either turn left, keep moving forwards, or turn right, plus a little bit of random turning still on top of that. I think this is a nice simple way of handling it, which I actually came across in this paper, which describes an approach to that problem we looked at the start of the video, inspired by slime molds of all things. It's quite intriguing, so I might come back to it, but for now I'll just be borrowing this little sensory scheme for the ants. Here's the actual code for it, and as you can see down here, I've made the pheromones lose strength over time to sort of mimic the effect of evaporation. I'd really like the pheromones to also diffuse outwards over time, but I'm not quite sure how to handle that yet. Anyway, let's give this a quick trial run with a handful of ants. Okay, it seems to be working roughly how I intended, so next up I want the ants to be able to avoid obstacles, or at least not simply walk right through them. So I've spent a bit of time writing some dubious collision detection code, which does nevertheless seem to be getting the job done. I then wanted to generate some sort of map like one of these from this ancient tutorial series of mine. I have a strong aversion to my old code though, so instead of reusing that project like a reasonable person, I began re-implementing it all from scratch. After several hours' work, however, I came to the realization that my new code is not so great either. Fast forwarding through some frustration, I eventually did get it working, and I also added a brush that I could easily paint in obstacles or carve out little passageways. come to think of it, I could have just taken 2 minutes to draw this in Paint, but anyway, I ended up making this map for the ants, and I wrote a simple spawner script to scatter some clumps of food about the place. And so, with all this set up, let's unleash 500 ants from their nest and see what they get up to. Over on the right, the ants have collected that entire food cluster, but they'll keep returning there for a while still, until the pheromone trail has finally evaporated. Real ants are vastly more sophisticated than what I'm simulating here, of course, and in this situation, for example, I read that phero ants have been found to actually deposit repellent pheromones when a resource has been depleted, to discourage future ants from that trail. This has been fun to play with, and there are many things I'd still like to try out, but my attention has been sidetracked somewhat by these strange and fascinating slime mold organisms.
Slime mold is pretty interesting too. So, I don't know if that makes sense to you in the context of the things I've been talking about today, but I'm seeing some no. Okay, so we are agents. You're an agent, whether you understand it or not, in the simulation. If you have a digital footprint or you're using, even like not crypto, but digital money, credit cards, you have a digital footprint. You are an agent. There is a representation of you digitally in the space. We are social beings. We interact in society. The way in which we interact is very interesting to the people who would like to manage us, either for a variety of purposes, possibly to create a global superorganism, you know? And it's sort of a game, and they can manage the variables. So instead of food sources, imagine that's information, reputation, affection, you know, other things that you're searching for with others. And that as you make a trail, others follow your trail, and those get reinforced. But, you know, in the scheme that he was designing, he said, oh, look, now I can create an opening or a barrier with my paintbrush. Now, I think what we are not aware of is that this world that we live in is already mixed reality to a certain extent. It's the real material world mixed in with an overlay of algorithmic stuff. Some of it is links to geofencing, which is why your phone knows where you are all the time. Some of it is related to people wear a smartwatch. Like, it's in the very early stages of being a cyber-physical mixed reality environment. That's going to continue to ramp up more and more. Smart cars, right? Not even self-driving autonomous vehicles, but you've got sensor networks in everything, in your key card to go to work. All of those things are sensors, you know, QR code that you scan to get more information. All of those are Internet of Things devices that they want to model how you interact with those sensors and how others do, and compare you against them to refine the game board to get to their ultimate outcome. And the people who have developed these technologies, they're largely backed by our tax dollars. It's our government. This is military simulation. This is based on, like, on the one hand, you can say, yeah, we need gamified simulations because if we're going to go raid a compound, we want to try all the 10 different ways to do it and figure out what's the best one before we put a life on the line. Like, there is a certain logic in having gamified simulations, but now the plan is to run it on the whole world. And the reality is that people are not aware. People don't even know that this exists or what the intention are. And this is linked with very high-level behavioral psychology. This is an extension out of MKUltra, right? This is the US government, both the military and the information services, have invested copious amounts of research to figuring out consciousness and psychology, group psychology, individual psychology, and they're building them into the simulations to manage us, not as progressives and conservatives, but as ants. And if we could imagine that situation, if we could try to inhabit that story for a while, I think that we could figure out that our neighbors who maybe hold different opinions aren't our biggest challenge. Our biggest challenge is the smart contract layer. So this last image, I'll just finish up. This is actually a fungus that colonizes carpenter ants in the Amazon. And what it does is it uses the body of the ant as an armature for its reproductive cycle. And at the end, it literally steers the consciousness of the ant to do its bidding. And this happens in a number of different kind of insect species. This isn't the only one, but they're zombie ants. And at the end, the ant is supposed to like grip onto a branch so that like as it dies, the spores of the thing come out. And, and these fungal things, these fungal networks are very much like neural networks. I mean, there's a lot of time and money spent into like researching slime mold. And the thing about the slime mold, which we didn't talk about, but is the elements of the slime mold are each individual cells that operate individually, but under stress, they clump together to turn into a slug to try to escape to a better environment. And then they make a stalk. And the stalk, the cells of that stalk to have a little spore thing at the top to create the next set of life, they all self-sacrifice. And that's the narrative that we're going to be sold in the coming years, is that they want us to be their slime mold, and they want us to make the spores of these mind files. And I think that we'll be less controllable if we are aware of the game that we're in. Okay. So I just want to go through some of the main concepts just as a revisit, and then I have a closing slide. And I know, when I started out in all of this, when I was fighting school closures and standardized tests, I never thought I was going to be talking about ant computers. So I appreciate you bearing with me on this. So the first one is this idea that the digital technology space is looking to remake humans as social insects, as opposed to individuals. And I think, again, not that I'm saying I lean in one particular political direction or another, but I think that the socialization and the mapping us as a collective is often framed as an economic or an ideological imperative, where I think the sociobiology is actually more useful and more accurate in terms of understanding the AI part. Two, that this is a eugenics program, and it's part of guided evolution. So in that Google slide, when they were talking about a goal-driven ledger, this is cybernetics. This is an optimization for an outcome of life individually and collectively that we haven't discussed, and that someone has decided on what the direction is of that life, and they're putting you on a program to guide that evolution through gaming, through this idea of fitness landscapes, which is the game board with smart components and sensors, and genetic algorithms, which are these mathematical problems that are going to lock or unlock different opportunities for you depending on what kinds of tokens you have in your wallet in that smart contract layer. They want us to work as teams, so this idea of the complex adaptive systems is really important. And I think increasingly the telepresence labor, both platform labor and the use of robotics, is that real people in the real world have a limit on the amount of relationships they can manage well, right? Like, I don't know what number it is, but like there's probably, you could have about 100, 200 people that you see in your real life that you have some sort of meaningful connection to. This idea that in these social media spaces you have thousands of digital friends that you don't really know all over the world is something that suits this idea of global teaming and bringing together people from eclectic backgrounds to come together around certain issues and get data on inputs on different areas. And so I think it's not, the global gig labor isn't just to suppress wages, which it does, or control people, which it will, but is also about team building. And one of the prime folks in artificial intelligence development, his name is Peter Stone. He's at the University of Texas, Austin, and he is the Sony AI chair and has been working for well over a decade on teaming through robotic soccer. It's called RoboCup, which is probably appropriate in this World Cup area, but they've been working with people all over the world, but particularly in Japan, on humanoid robots to play soccer. And it's not because they think it's fun to have like a robot soccer team. It's that they're really trying to figure out how to get the robots to act like humans and to work together, not just individually as a lurching robot, but as a team, because the team is really important. Again, just touching on the complex adaptive systems, and this idea when you get groups of people together, sometimes amazing things happen, right? I think these folks think that if you can give a wallet not only to people, but to animals and machines, and all put them together in a virtual room and see what happens. And I think there's this imagining that there's some sort of information or material or unlocking potential that they're going to have access to. So they're going to start to build these digital teams, like interspecies teams is really their goal. And there's some information on that by this guy named Ledgard at the Brookings Institute about interspecies currency, and a lot of it's going to be framed within the climate movement and also probably, pandemic management. Then we've got this idea of social impact. I've talked less about that. If you haven't seen my talk I gave last year about impact finance and making bets on human capital and nature of, again, predicting an outcome, guiding that outcome using data, and then paying back hedge funds depending on what the results are. That is all part of the cybernetic process. I would definitely say, if you're not familiar with biophysics or econophysics or social physics, those are all things I never knew I needed to know about biophysics. I never really knew about that. It just seemed like something far off. But ultimately, they are planning to manage biology through this molecular engineering and frequency and all this other stuff. So, once you know that the environmental movement and a lot of this biophysics came out of the Atomic Energy Commission, it seems a little bit different. It has a different lens. Democracy is about the social interactions. They're looking to reboot it. They're looking to replace votes with tokens. They're looking to make your money like a vote. They're looking to have these various exchanges, whether they're financial exchanges or citizen participation exchanges. The civil society sector is huge in this, to be like those Stigmergic ant trails, right? And look, how can we put up barriers and open up opportunities on the game board to make the Stigmergic ant trails go where we want them to go, to try to get this global mind file. And then they're gathering specimens. And I'm not saying, I'm not a nihilist. I'm not terrified by this. I think it's interesting. I say that a lot. Well, that's interesting. Let me think about that. What are the implications? There's lots of amazing kinds of people in this world who have all different sorts of values, lived experience, everything. I would say the vast majority of people in the world aren't out to hurt other people. They're just out living their lives in very different ways. And the AI loves that. They love to collect all these different kinds as digital twins. And they're in the process of doing that right now through the games. And then, so this guy Bernal, he's attempting sort of this soul transfer in a digital ledger. And I'm going to close with a short clip from John Trudell, who was a leader in the American Indian movement, because I do just want to reinforce this imperative of scientific process and civilization, and that we're on, the edge of a long history, whether you want to frame it as, the manifest destiny of the United States, whether you want to take it back to the Roman Empire. There's this idea of domination, right, of controlling the chaotic individuals into some sort of coherent mechanism. And they're imagining that next level of coherent mechanism is a, global superorganism computational device that we're all going to be logged in through frequency. But I think the indigenous way of being, which Robin Wall-Kimmerer is a woman, I don't have a slide from her, but I've given a talk lately. She's an indigenous biologist in the SUNY Forestry School. And there's a different lens you use when you say, I'm the apex predator of this planet and I am the sole trustee of evolution. That's what Huxley. Bring it on as much as possible, as fast as possible. That's one cosmology. Another one is we are all interconnected relatives in this environment, trying to figure out and balance out the system. And I think within Southern Arizona, that was a history through the Apache Wars that played out in writ large and has implications for our learning today. Not, again, casting judgment, but saying what are the lessons to take away? And I would say the molecular engineering scope versus a scope where we're interconnected in ways that are perhaps more in the sacred than in the science is an important distinction to make. So before I do John Trudell, I'm just going to read a couple paragraphs from the Bernal book. This is from chapter 2 called The World. First, then, in the material world, here prediction is on its surest ground, especially if you're engineering the game, and is, in the first stages, almost a business of mathematics. And I would say the smart contract layer is a world run on mathematics. The physical discoveries of the last 25 years, and this is 1929, okay, must find their application in the world of action, a process which has hardly begun, but the nature of which can be easily seen. So far, we have been living on the discoveries of the early and mid-19th century, a macro-mechanical age of power and metal. Essentially, it succeeded in substituting mechanism for some of the simpler mechanical movements of the human body, with steam and later electrical power in the place of muscle energy. And this was sufficient to revolutionize the whole of human life and to turn the balance definitely for man against the gross natural forces. But the discoveries of the 20th century, particularly the micromechanics of the quantum theory, which touch on the nature of matter itself, are far more fundamental and must in time produce far more important results. The first step will be in the development of new materials and new processes in which physics, chemistry, and mechanics will be inextricably fused. The stage should soon be reached when materials can be produced which are not merely modifications of what nature has given us in the way of stones, metals, wood, and fibers, but are made to specifications of a molecular architecture. Already we know all of the varieties of atoms, and we are beginning to know the forces that bind them together, and soon we shall be doing this in a way to suit our own purposes. And so that's now, right? This is 1929, but now essentially we're looking at saving the planet by sampling everything, creating molecular models, biocomputation, bioinformatics, and then mixing and matching them. Like if you're not familiar with Ginkgo Bioworks, I mean, they're looking to be the Amazon Web Services of synthetic biology. Like just make it in CAD, mix and match, print it out. And what are the consequences, not just for ourselves, because I'm in my 50s and I don't know how much more time I have left, but for the generations behind us and the unborn and nature, like that can't consent to being a part of this. Like no one asked a tree if they wanted to be part of the barcode of life, So anyway, we'll just run this last clip with Trudell.
We've been imprinted and programmed, basically where we're at now in the evolution of human beings, we're basically in a period of time in this industrial technological world where the majority of the human beings participate in this reality based upon their fears and their doubts and insecurities, so their perception of their inabilities. See, all that was imprinted in there to make us not recognize ourselves. And to understand the power and recognize the power of our intelligence is, let's say, through our fears and our doubts and our insecurities, how bad can we make ourselves feel? And how does that affect the people around us? Well, that's power. That's our power. That's a manifestation of our personal power. But we've been imprinted to use it in this kind of a way. But so we do have power. It's in how we recognize it and choose to direct it and use it. So I would say the first step to this is like recognize the value of our intelligence and the power of our intelligence. Because I think that any person or people that would be concerned about saving the earth and saving creation and have this type of an awareness, I think that a necessary component to that is to give thanks to however one perceives the Creator, give thanks to the Creator, number one, for life, and number two, for the gift of intelligence. To show respect for this, maybe because we need to show respect to our intelligence, and maybe it's a part of our thanks that we give on a daily basis, in a ritualistic way. Because our intelligence, to me, it's like our imagination, our creativity, our thoughts, and then our understanding or misunderstanding, and then our actions is what we manifest. And I think that it's time for us to understand, look at, recognize, and attempt to understand the value of our intelligence, because whatever struggle is ahead of us, if we are to continue to participate in the evolutionary reality as human beings, it's going to take clear and coherent use of our intelligence to do it. Generationally, collectively, individually, but that's what it is going to take. Everything that has ever been done to create these emotional distortions in us has been done to keep us from using our intelligence clearly and coherently.
So just in closing, I want to express my gratitude for the invitation to be here today, to Drew for taking a chance on me last year and being so generous in friendship and shared life experiences since then on this journey. And, you know, Fetzer, this guy, like these they know, like our sensory apparatus, like they're right. Bernal's right. Like our sensor is like this much out of this much of what we come equipped with that we're using every day. There's all of this stuff out there, and I think we do have access to do it. We don't need their nanotransducers for that. Like, that's the place of faith and of imagination and of heart and of vibration and music and frequency that is from us, from the Creator through us. And so, like, I think we're bigger than their nanomachines personally, but we actually have to be able to, like, I feel like that's the challenge, is how do you see it and then find your place in it in a way, not of fear, not of anger, but of acknowledging, like tapping into the love of the world. And I know that sounds maybe corny, but people say, how do you get up and keep doing this knowing these big things? This feels really big. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, they've been trying it since 1929. They don't have it locked in yet. It's a lot of moving parts, right? And so maybe God puts us in a place to say, I see you, and I stand on the side of the sacred and of nature and of the rightness of the world, you know, not of the machine. We're not doing that. And anyway, so in this, I go places and I make little hearts out of natural material. And actually, some people have sent me hand-sewn hearts, and as someone who actually worked at Oak Ridge, which is amazing. There are these, and I go to the places where these things happen. I'm going to go to places around Tucson. I'm going to go to places around Phoenix, and I'm going to say, like, I see the story of this place. It's a complicated story, and we're going to set an intention for that we come to a better resolution out of this. And so, and I have a friend, Eve, who I don't know if you've seen, I have a wonderful zine she made distilling my ramblings into some really coherent, lovely graphic comic book to explain this. And she's on the Space Coast. She literally is on Satellite Beach, and she gathered me shells to bring here. These sparkling, beautiful shells to bring here, and I want to go out to Cochise Stronghold and make like an offering, like make an energetic connection across these things in the face of the machine, because I think that is the creative potential, and the true social connection is what will enable us to find our way through, like to the labyrinth, and neutralize it, find whatever homeopathy we need in there, and then come back out. And we don't all need to do it. It doesn't need to be millions. Maybe it's just for the handful of people who have the eyes to see it and who are in a position in their lives that they can take the risk and that they have the strength and support to do the walk. So to all the labyrinth walkers, thank you so much.
Okay, hello everybody. Thank you guys for watching. Allison should be joining here in just a minute. I just texted her, so I don't know if she got sidetracked or whatever. But yeah, so again, if you have questions, I was kind of looking to see if there were any questions. I haven't seen any questions yet, but if there are questions that you would like to ask, feel free to put those into the chat, and I will make note of them, and we will try to answer them. So while I'm waiting for Allison, I thought I would bring something up. I get a little I get a little frustrated because, you know, there's something that's on the screen. I'm like, you guys, this is really important. You really need to pay attention to this. And I look over at the chat, and there's another conversation that's happening. And oh, hold on one second. Let me bring Allison in here. Give her some audio. Okay. Cut. There we go. Hey, Allison.
Sorry, I was waiting for the Q&A. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm doing the Q&A in like bits so we can chat about it, because
okay, right.
That way we can kind of talk about it so yeah, we have a few videos. We have 6 short videos from the Q&A where I cut the Allison's part out of it. So, Allison, I was just making a quick comment about how, you know, I got a little frustrated at the ant thing. I'm like, you guys, this is really important. You really need to pay attention to this. And there was a different conversation happening. And Cliff, I agree with you that it's not unrelated. A lot of these other conversations are absolutely related. But like, my frustration is I really feel like people are not getting the nature of this thing, you know, and I'm still working on it myself. I'm not sitting here saying that like I have a full comprehension understanding of this whole thing. But there are certain key points that, like, even the ant thing, I'm like, okay, it took me a minute. I'm like, okay, the ant thing, it's bouncing around, but you have to put it into a different context from even what the guy's talking about in the video. So, and maybe some people are faster than me, that's also possible, probable. But I wanted to bring up a book. There's a book called, by Nicholas, let's see, what is it? Let me see. Oh, no. Do I have I don't know. Let me just cut to it. This is the book. It's called What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains, The Shallows. And it's a New York Times bestseller, but it's actually, there's actually some important points that are made by Nicholas Carr. And I would actually call this book a kind of a follow-up to the book written by Neil Postman in the 80s called Amusing Ourselves to Death, which was really about what television was doing to our brains, versus like, if you read a book, you have to really you have to read, you can't be doing other things. You can't be having other conversations while you're reading a book. You have to sit down and focus. And so Neil Postman in his book was talking about television and how that's changing us because we're getting all these distractions. So now we're getting different messaging coming at the same time. And our brains are having to reorganize about that. And then, of course, the internet just explodes that thing where you can have 50 different things going on at once. You have advertisements, you have different conversations that are happening at the same time. And and this is just me, something that I'm trying to do right now is actually, because I've loved listening to lectures, and I love listening to audiobooks, and then I can do other stuff while I'm listening to this, and to really understand this stuff, I think, at least for me, I'm I need to actually really sit down and really, really focus. So I'm doing a lot more reading lately. I mean, I've always been a reader, but reading has usually been for me secondary to listening to audiobooks and things like that. And so now I'm going back to okay, I need to really, really focus and pay attention. So that was what that was about. Not to belabor the point, but I think it would be, I think we should think about how our conversations, whether our conversations are actually competing or contributing to what's happening, and really realizing that maybe some people have the ability to have two conversations at the same time, or three conversations, even if they're related, and I'm not saying that they're unrelated. So, okay, I'm going to get off my soapbox now. I said my thing. I love you guys though. Okay, yeah. Allison.
I mean, I'm just curious, because you can see the chat now, and I can't, but I don't know how it is all set up.
Oh,
but,
yeah, you could bring up another window.
I know, I'm not. I was anyway. Just
you have two monitors, Allison.
You know what?
Sorry.
I was unprepared. I didn't have it all set, so I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'll keep an eye if there's anything that pops up that's a question or anything.
I mean, does it make sense for people? I'm just sort of opening it up to the people who are there. This idea of the simulation modeling, because I think a lot of the conversations around the metaverse are focused on this idea of inhabiting a metaverse or maybe control systems within a metaverse. But I'm not sure how much discussion there is around the simulation piece, right? There was a clip that I posted, I think yesterday, that was from, and I would encourage people, if you have time, Jason put on my radar this company Cesium that's actually based here in Philadelphia. I don't know, I don't remember who found it first, but they have a podcast called The Open Metaverse. And I've mentioned this before, that the metaverse needs to be done on open standards, because you can't build an entire virtual world if it's all unique and you have to pay people to do it. So they need these standards for it to happen in an open source sort of way. And so Cesium actually has this podcast, and there's way more content. I think I found it, or you directed me to it about a year ago. And I just, again, as with these things with the feed, if you don't have a bookmark to say, go back and look at what Cesium is doing with their podcast, you forget. And then it's a year later, and then they have 20 episodes with all of these very high level players who are building out the infrastructure of the metaverse. And the metaverse meaning extended reality or mixed reality, or inhabiting these socio-technical cyber-physical systems, right? Because it's not just a game in a VR headset, it's everything, right? And so, I was catching up on some of their interviews, again, with very high level people. I think the one, it's co-hosted by someone at Cesium and someone with Epic Games. And they were literally debriefing from a program they had run in the fall at something called SIGGRAPH about an NVIDIA presentation. Now, NVIDIA, we went to one of the NVIDIA offices in Boulder when we did that round of field visits. And for people who are not familiar, they're very high level computer processing cards, often used for computer graphics, but not exclusively, but like very high end processing power computerized systems. And it's to enable like running the metaverse, right? And so NVIDIA was presenting, and they were debriefing about the presentation, and they said, we're excited because they're talking about digital twins and about using very high power processing to run simulations and to make predictions about the future. And soon, this idea that they would be able to match past behavior, which would be your blockchain twin, to these alternative future predictions and then manipulate them, which is essentially something that I've been talking about for a bit. But to have these high level people say that that's the plan. And actually the guy from Epic Games is like, yeah, it's kind of like a time bending thing. Like when you match the past information data to possible futures, like time starts to get weird and murky. And this is stuff that, I was out in Utah over the holiday and reading this book it's a biography of Hugh Everett III, and he developed this many worlds theory. And then everyone brushed him off and said, we don't really, that's too complicated, whatever. And then he went on to become a very, very prominent analyst in game theory in the Cold War. So he was like, he kind of walked away from his dissertation on multiverses and then moved into this game theory, which is all the stuff that's these prediction markets, right? And these bonding curves and the tokens. So anyway, I guess like I'm just expanding on this, and I'm wondering, do people like in the chat, do they see the role of the simulation modeling? Like, and how is there a way to surface that more in the conversation, and then to understand if this is sort of like a drama that's all being played out on a stage, like all of the over the top characters in the social media sphere and the influencers and the topics that are, jerk our attention around in all these directions, that once we understand that's part of the simulation analysis, then like you can position yourself differently in relation to it, right? Like, I just told my husband, like over the break, I said, I'm not playing the culture war stuff anymore. I'm just not. I've decided like once it's like, as hard as it is to be off of the main social media channels, like once I saw it for what it was, like I had been hedging it for a while. Like you and I both knew that it wasn't good, but we were like, the benefits outweigh, the negatives or whatever. But then like once it really sinks into your bones about the ant computer and the stuff, like, it's not going to work. Like it's not our tool. I mean, for me, I can't say that for everyone else. I'm not trying to project that on or shame anybody or wag my finger and say you shouldn't be on social media. Like that's not that. But like for me, once I hit that wall of like really internalizing the level of manipulation and its historical origins in mind control and propaganda technology and research, like then you have to stop, and then you have to figure out the next thing, which I haven't figured out the next thing. But anyway, like that's why I wanted to talk about the ant computer and Tucson. Cliff and I, we've been having these conversations about the Labyrinth. Look around the Labyrinth and Roma and there's somebody from Mexico and a friend from Utah, and two friends from Utah actually have sent me letters, right, talking about where they are and their geography, and that's been wonderful. So yeah, anyway, those are sort of my observations, and then I have some other stuff we sort of bounced around that we could build off of the ant computer, but I don't know if people have any feedback yet or.
Yeah, so we do have a couple questions, and if we love the questions. Please, more questions, related questions. So the first one was, so we are figuring out where this thing is going. Any ideas of where we go? What do we do with this knowledge apart from sharing? We get this question a lot. Allison, do you want to answer that?
I mean, I think, it's interesting. like there needs to be sort of like maybe a stages, like some sort of stages outlined in like processing like truth stuff. You have stages of grief. Like the me that was the first 6 months of the lockdowns, like I feel like I've shifted my perspective considerably over the trajectory of this, right? And I think I'm trying to mellow out a little bit more and be not so anxious, because at the first I was like, oh my gosh, there's this thing and I have to get this information out because there's this timely thing that if we had this information at this certain point in time, it could make the difference. And people would, and then I realized, oh, that's not going to happen. Like I held on to that for like a year and a half. And I'm like, oh no, it's really not going to happen. And then I really started to understand this, the ant computer and the Stigmergy and the pheromones. And I'm like, oh no, that's actually not going to happen. Like, so I needed a new picture. And my picture was like, okay, my frame, the story I'm in, sorry for coughing, is not that we're part of a battalion and we're marshaling all the forces on the edge of the cliff to get ready to run off into the battlefield with the millions of people who are all united under some like umbrella thought that's been watered down so much that it's something that we can all agree to. Is that like, I don't know, it's more, I'm not saying I'm a hero, but like a hero's journey. Like maybe this is a lonely walk or a walk with the Fellowship of the Ring or something like there's a small band of us who are trying to carry forward with a curious mind and trying to do the right thing in a very seemingly immoral time as a spiritual engagement to walk this labyrinth, right? To see where it goes and see how the story unfolds before us, because we don't know how it, I mean, well, I don't know. Cliff always says it ends and we all have the potluck in the valley of life, and everybody's fragmented consciousness gets put back together. And that's awesome. So until then, like I'm on a nihilist, I'm walking towards that, and we'll see. Like we had a conversation today where Cliff was saying something like when you walk forward and you're situated in the right way, like your energy and your focus and your intention is in alignment with the universe, like the doors open or the lights go on. Like you walk a dark hallway and it seems dark, but as you walk up to it, then the door opens or the light turns on and you can go the next distance. And I sort of feel like that's a really beautiful image to hold in your head, that like you don't have to know exactly where the thing is if you can get out of the anxiety space. And I'm not trying to be dismissive. Yeah, it's really hard and really, and I'm in a pretty privileged position to be able to do this work the way I'm doing it and still have the material comforts and my needs met, you know? So, and that's something a lot of people do. So I'm not saying everybody has to do what I do, but if we can get in this space and walk, then the road rises to you, I think. So, I tell stories and I set these intentions and I try to make, I do feel like that there's an energetics the more I look into the physics of it. And I'm not saying I'm any high level physics. I mean, you know, Drew Hempel does all this amazing work in the physics space, and that's his superpower is physics and meditation. And it's not mine. And I really respect what he offers. But I have like a different toolbox. So I know it's about physics. I know it's about spirit. And I feel like intervening can make a difference. I don't feel like this is going to be legislated away. I don't once you understand it's ruled from space by drones and satellite surveillance, and you know they've got satellites up there that can zoom down and look at what kind of shoes you have on. Like you're not going to run from it. So let's not run. Let's have the courage of our convictions to stand and witness to it and say, no, like be the mom, like, go sit on the timeout step for a couple minutes. Like, I think you need to, your head isn't on straight,
I like that analogy. Yeah, for me, it's recognizing it is a process and there are certain things that need to happen before the next thing happens. And to me, it's first of all, within me, I need to really understand this thing. It's not just like, I'm always saying this, like you can't come up with a solution to a problem you don't understand. And I don't fully understand this thing. I'm still in the process of learning what this thing is. And most of the people that I know that ask me, hey, what's the solution? They won't even watch a 3-hour talk that I send them, like, here, learn about this thing. They're like, I'm not going to watch. Give me the 5-minute version and then give me the answer. I'm sorry, that just doesn't work that way. I don't know what the answer is. I do know that part of that is being conscious about the information that and who we listen to. I know, like, Cliff likes to say, what are you listening to? And I think that's really important. What are we listening to? And I know so many people are, whether they're listening to mainstream media, I got into a kind of a little thing with a friend today that was referring to, someone who was promoting mainstream media and basically saying, anything on YouTube is ridiculous because it's on YouTube. I mean, it's just stupid. But again, people are giving their energy, they're outsourcing their thinking to different outlets, or it could be an alternative media, or it could be Alison McDowell or Jason Bosch. Like, don't outsource your thinking to anybody at all. Like, listen, take it in, think about it, see if it makes sense, add to it, or walk away from it. Like, literally just walk away from it. Like, if it's not something that makes sense to you, walk away from it. But so much of we're the most propagandized people, I would argue, in recorded human history. And so we're being inundated. I mean, it's even embedded in our media, like our pop entertainment, movies that you go see. It's just an entertaining popcorn movie. No, there's messaging in that. And so it's all over the place. And so it's really hard to step outside of that. And I think that's, for me, that's part of the process of saying, you know what, I'm actually not going to listen to it. Or if I'm going to listen to it, I'm going to listen to it with an understanding of who it is that's giving me this message and what their agenda and goal is, So anyway, so that's kind of my thing on that.
Can I add just one other thing? So, like, I don't know, I saw somebody, like, popped up a critique of me, like, oh, she's one of those people who says there's not somebody in charge who's doing this to us, and that was the critique. And I'm like, because I feel like this is an emergent system that goes way back, and that most people, I mean, there's degrees, and some people certainly know more about where the road is going than others. But there's many people who just get up and do their daily lives and whatever. And so I feel like within the propaganda frame, I did a read aloud of Werner Vinge's Rainbow's End, I don't know, at some point in the past year, a while back. And in this new future world of mixed reality, everyone participates in their own curated world. So they wear technology and they have an overlay that is aligned with their belief circle, right? Like, whether it's anime or, D&D or, I don't know all the things, but like, you would be part of a global belief circle, and the lens that you would have on the world through your wearable technology would represent that curated worldview, right? And that's sort of an extreme measure, but I think it might be useful to try on this idea of, instead of framing it as propaganda, as curated reality. Like, what is the story? Like, not that there's the good story and the bad story, but that everyone is starting with this fire hose of information to have a story that they live in. And then the people, they have a group of people around them who also live in that story. And the media they consume reinforces that story. And there are many different kinds, which kind of feeds into what I was saying about the ant computer. Like, they don't mind having some resistance as long as it's trackable. Like, they like lots of flavors of lots of different stories. And John Clippinger, who is a key figure in this with Sandy Pentland at MIT Media Lab in like social computing and social physics, and one of the early leaders in digital identity, I'm fascinated. I would love to get my hands on a copy. Like, his Wikipedia entry says that his undergraduate thesis at Yale was like something called The Steersman and the Stars, Cybernetics and Mythology. And then one of the talks I was listening to recently, and I've listened to like 3, so I can't remember which one, if it was Philip Rosedale or the Cesium people or the IEEE people, but someone was saying, we need a new mythology to guide us into the metaverse, that there is a mythology. And so I think propaganda has its own sort of baggage that comes along with what we understand propaganda is in its history. And I'm not saying it's not that at all, but if we shifted to say, wow, this new metaverse we're living in, it's all about story. The people who are building it are like, yeah, we want to build a bunch of AI characters that are almost autonomous, so creators can build any story they want and you can go live in it. And I think that's a different, like, that's the part of the simulation. And the ant computer is like, you know, and Cliff even talks about it sometimes, like, you know, a disgruntled person like building a world in flying in the face of, you know, the parent's creation and falling asleep inside it and forgetting he created it and he's actually a part of it, right? Like losing yourself in a story that you made and then being lost to the point that you can't remember how to get out or that you even built it in the first place. And to me, that feels really important right now about this mixed reality, extended reality / simulation, optimization, agent and computer conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so a couple other questions. I'll just do two here at once.
I don't know if I can do two.
Well, no, they're easy questions. Are you guys considering putting Allison's content into a printed format, even if it's all of her essays? I'd sleep better knowing that all her work has been archived. So yeah, we have the video archives, and Allison knows I've been since almost the beginning. I've been like trying to we need to put this into a book form, and you know, honestly, like. To do that, I mean, we could actually just take transcripts of the talks and just organize them in a way. So, like, if somebody wanted to do that, like, go for it. You know, just don't misrepresent it.
It's not done yet.
We're still in the
challenge. Like every month or two, there's and again, the stuff I find isn't so much upending how I saw things. Although, again, I'm trying to be, you know, with Cliff's guidance and some of this like more balanced about how I look at it, right? It's evolving and getting clearer. So like this was the end of November, early December piece. And, you know, I saw Sebs was in the chat and she has done some really good work around complex adaptive systems, which is much appreciated. And like how the hypergraph stuff, and the directed acyclic graphs and that intersection fits in with things. So it's great to have, you know, I'm not the only one working on this. And then also with the Santa Fe Institute, I recently connected with a couple of other content creators, Emily Moyer and Danny Katz, who are interested in Santa Fe Institute. So I'm going to try to connect with them and share what I know about my angle into this game B token economics complexity thing. So there are bubbling up other people. So that's where I was a month ago. But Danny recently put on my radar that we overlapped with the Consilience project, this Schmachtenberger and Game B and Jim Rutt. That was sort of the overlap. And she said, oh, this person, Jamie Whelan, is promoting ethical cults. And he's part of this Consilience project with Schmachtenberger. And he has this book called Stealing Fire. And so I ended up getting like, I've been working on, I packed off a quilt that I've been meaning to get to Jason for a year. And so I had a bunch of handwork I was doing the last 3 days. So I'm listening to this audiobook of Stealing Fire with Jamie Whelan. And he's part of something called Flow Genomics, I believe. And what I'm realizing, this book is all about not just the teaming and not just the Hollands but to get a team into a certain mental state where you're flowing together. And that's a key part of what he's developed with the Navy SEALs. Like the whole first chapter was about the Greek aspect of sort of ecstatic, like the ecstatic through altered states of consciousness, and then the Navy SEALs working as a team for these projects. And so I'm like thinking about the teaming and the collective mind and the tokens, understanding it as a state of flow and using altered consciousness to get there, but not just through mind-altering substances, but also mind-altering practice. And I think I had done some research that I haven't had a chance to talk about yet, but looking at the intersection of intentional community, right? Co-working spaces, co-living spaces, the idea of where that overlaps with social impact. This guy, and I'm trying to remember his name, but he was a very high-level mathematician. He was Jewish. He grew up in Brooklyn. He went to California. He became a Zen Buddhist mathematician, and then he moved to the Bronx to make brownies for Whole Foods and pulled in unemployed men who had been in prison, and then built up this whole social impact B Corps thing. But he was working with Trappist monks, and they were all about contemplative practice. And then they were looped in with people out in Taos and consciousness. So like when I'm looking at the next phase of the ant computer, it really does blend in with the built environment, cognitive capitalism, the creative economy, and a shared collective, but in these different states that, again, carries with it both the military programming and the religious programming and potentially the neurohacking, nootropic, psychedelic component, which brings in like a whole slew of people, influencers that they've been looking into. So, yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Like there's this next level. So if you stop to write the book, then like, where do you call it done? And I maybe I just should, for posterity, just say it's done, like I'm done for this and maybe I'll keep going. But the thing that jazzes me is like the chase, that like the next thing. And even, I wrote an 80-page post starting last December or January. And the whole beginning of it was like, I'm working on this quilt for my friend Jason. That was the whole introduction. And then I sat on it for a year. Like I literally, I just had stuff kind of fall apart in my, personal, that I couldn't get back to it. Like I just couldn't. And then now was the time. So I finished it. So like now I can go back and surface this, but it involved the Foundation for Integrated Education, which is something that Fritz Kunst and Julian Stulman and Drew Hempel has worked on that. And I'm revisiting that and seeing a year later, and it's all relevant, but I see it with fresh eyes. Like I see it with all of this new information. Things have much more context for me now than they did a year ago. And I told Lynn that I would love to do some more conversations with her around that huge map I did around the Pegasus Park in Dallas. But I know so much more now than I did when I made the map, because I only knew the top inch of the material. And now maybe I know 2 inches worth, and it's very different. Like it's a variations on a theme. It's the same stuff. So I don't know, like, it's not a bad idea. Does somebody else want to write the book? I don't need to make any money or get any credit. Like just if there's people who they feel their calling is to like write a book about this stuff, like I would love to see what other people think about some of this stuff we've been digging up.
Yeah.
That's not a dodge. I'm just not there yet.
And it's kind of the same thing with me with the I was trying to make the summary video, and I'm actually behind Allison. Like Allison's like ahead of me, and I'm chasing behind her, catching up with the research. You in the past, I was actually I was the Allison before, when I was like talking about the monetary system and, challenging people on their understandings of the political parties and then the nonprofits and NGOs. I was always the one that was the head of the curve, at least within my community. And then all of a sudden, like Allison's like, meow, and I'm like, oh wait. So I'm like trying to catch up with Allison, and then also trying to condense it. But like I'm also like you learning more every day, and then kind of reorienting myself. So yeah, that's it. But I did want to share. Allison sent me a picture of this quilt. I gotta share it. Like I've never been so excited to get a quilt. Like I never in my life would be like, ooh, a quilt. But this thing is freaking amazing. Well, I kind of told her, I was like, I like chaos like patterns, like fractal chaos type patterns. And I told her kind of
I was like, what colors do you like, Jason? I'm like, and what was your answer? What did you say?
Well, I was like, I really like oranges, and I really don't like. Oh, you're right. Black. I always wear black. I was like, I don't know. I just like black.
I thought, because like when you make a quilt, you spend a lot of time with it, and not that those are bad colors. Like, but this particular one needed a lot of different like colors, so I mixed in purple and blue and gray and stuff. So it is orange and black, but plus some other stuff.
Yeah, so this is the quilt she made, like handmade, which is to me just like, anyway, I love it. I can't wait.
I used a sewing machine, so.
Oh yeah. You didn't hand. Yeah.
I only hand sew the binding, but like, yeah, it's a lot of cutting. So yeah. So I used to have like on my Twitter handle, like quilting as things play out. And people are like, do you really quilt? And I'm like, well, I did. And then I stopped for a year, but I'm going back and now I'm committed. I bought fabric for a quilt for Cliff. So that Cliff is next up. So
cool.
I'm working on blues.
And we're gonna create NFTs out of these quilts. So if anybody's interested, we're gonna be selling shares. Kidding.
Well, see, I mean, is there another question? Because I just wanted to.
No, go for it. No.
Well, I was just saying, like the creative economy. So I've been listening to. I'm realizing that Second Life, which was Philip Rosedale, was the person who. The founder, right? But like, as all of these people are founders, right? But he went to University of California, San Diego, which is, a center of, the nanotechnology and the biotech and the Salk and the Navy high end. Like, there's a lot of stuff in San Diego. So it's interesting that that's where he came out of. So this Second Life construct started in 2003. And I found a talk online that was in 2006, the early years of Second Life. And I was always kind of annoyed. Like I didn't have an account. I always heard the ads on NPR. They were all pitching Second Life all the time. I did come across a MacArthur Foundation video once that had like goofy cartoon people sitting in like a conference center. And I was like, what the hell is this? Is it like talking about, they had the like MacArthur Island of philanthropy or something. And they were sitting there like having their conference with their like avatars. I'm like, what? And it was so much more primitive, 20 years ago. And I didn't make much of it, but he went on to move into spatial audio, which is interesting, something called high fidelity, because JCR Licklider, early with DARPA, he was a psychoacoustics was really key. And then he went on to something was like some sort of coffee thing, like meeting up for gig work. And now he's back at Second Life again. But when he was talking about, like, they were really early in having a digital economy. And the idea, which I didn't understand at first because I didn't inhabit that space, was they started with a pretty blank slate, and they didn't build any of their content in Second Life, really. It was all done by the people who had accounts that went in and created things in there. And not unlike, it turns out, like Burning Man, I think this emergence potential, like you start with a clean slate and people come in with their creative ideas and collectively they build things, and there are things that are pre-planned. And then there's also this emergent behavior by having lots of creative, interesting people all in one place, right? And that's very interesting to this simulation emergence modeling. And that's what Second Life was. And so they were an early digital economy. All the people, they built stuff and they made digital things and they sold them for these things like Linden dollars is their currency. And they rented real estate. And so I'm holding that, this new understanding of Second Life as a creative economy, and understanding where the emergence of AI-enabled art and film and storytelling is going, like in building out the metaverse. And then I'm also listening to one of these cesium podcasts. It actually was with Neil Stevenson of the Snow Crash guy. And he was talking about the importance in his Lamina One, his new blockchain-based digital asset company, that they were focusing on like the creation of digital goods, non-speculative. This is what they were saying, that the problem with NFTs was that they were speculative, and they want just more like a regular use case transactionality for creative goods in the metaverse. And so it's just hitting me that this thing, like I've spoken about it broadly, like, yeah, they need us to build it. Like, this isn't an empire where you go sail your ship to the shore and then, you tell the natives to convert to Christianity or else or whatever, and then take all their stuff. It's not that kind of empire. It actually has to emerge from these bits. The bits that are out there have to be organized and made into something. And they're not going to pay anybody they really don't want to pay anybody a salary to do it. They want to create some sort of tokenized incentive programs to get us to agree to use our creativity, to mine our creativity into that digital logic space.
Yeah. And also in terms of understanding this, like, we always want to like pin it down and be like, oh, it's this. oh no, it's this, and there's a lot of pieces to this thing. There's yes, the people like, oh, so, CBDC, government, the socialism or whatever, and then over here it's like, oh, it's rampant capitalism, with coins that are speculated on it. But it's like all those things. But more importantly, understanding that it's cybernetic, and it'll incorporate all these different things into it, And
the
so
cybernetic key.
Huh? Yeah.
The cybernetic aspect is really central. And,
right.
I would say there's some good resources online on the Macy conferences, on Norbert Wiener. And, that's something, we did that long talk about Musk and spin and, all of the, I want to get back to some of the Macy conferences and cybernetics. But the thing too, because I know we had some comments in the chat about the hard space and intention. It's very interesting because one of Norbert Wiener, and he was sort of the father of cybernetics, his close collaborator over many years was Arturo Rosenbluth, who was a, I think, Hungarian, Jewish, Mexican scientist who was at the Macy conferences, but he ended up being based in Mexico because he couldn't get an academic position as a Jew in the U.S. And so, but in having that situation in Mexico, they channeled lots of philanthropic money into Mexico, but he was a cardiologist specifically. So, I feel like there is something about the resonance of the heart frequency in this, quantum computing system or whatever that matters, and their attempts to program it, right? Was it control and communication in the animal and the machine, something like that.
So another question is, and we actually have whole videos about this. What is Allison's take on Elon Musk? On the one hand, he seems like he's just a businessman. On the other hand, he placed himself at the center of these propaganda Twitter wars. Why? And my take on that, I know it was a question for Allison, but, I think we're pretty in alignment, but that's not where the focus should be. I think the point is that's controlled narrative. That's the red herring, and these entanglements, these online entanglements. But Allison, do you want to just say a couple words about that? We do have a great video about Elon Musk and spin, AI spin, and Twitter. That's definitely worth watching on Allison's channel. So I would look for that one, because it does kind of talk a little bit about that. It's from like 6 or 7 months ago, but it's still very, very relevant. Well, all this stuff is relevant.
Yeah. Well, it's like these magnetic personalities, and I think, and
real quick, you say magnetic, and magnets have one side repels and one side attracts. So, think about that. Or when people think about someone like Trump, or what I mean. So go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so there was a book I read over the summer, and I think the name is like Fowles, Fowles, F-O-W-L-E-S, called The Magus, and Raul had recommended it a while back. And it was a really interesting book because it was essentially, it's fiction, but this idea of like a young man looking for adventure, and he becomes a teacher on this remote Greek island, and he becomes entangled in weekend visits to this estate of this very unusual older man who essentially puts on masks, like MASQUES, like the mask balls, performances.
Masquerade.
That start to blur the difference between reality and drama. And then you start to not be sure what's real and what's not real. And it sort of progresses into some sort of like layers of psychological manipulation, but that's also embedded in Greek mythology. And it was quite an interesting book. And I think what I didn't realize at the time, but it was based on The Tempest, this idea of Prospero and sorcery and shipwrecks. And, I feel like this social media is that, like, it is like living in or holding space in one of these unfolding dramas that has a certain scriptedness, but not all of it scripted. Like there's some ad lib stuff in there. And this idea of reality as being malleable. Like, and I think in the extended reality, things do become malleable and uncertain. And, you know, and I've gone through a number of things online where, you know, I've had encounters, and I think I said in the talk that things became illogical. Like people I thought I knew, things didn't come, they became, unexpected and unaccountable ways that I think in real life wouldn't have happened, like in face-to-face wouldn't have happened. And so, and you don't know how these things are being controlled or represented or misrepresented. And so I feel like the Musk question is, he is like an actor on a stage. He's not Twitter. He's not he's probably, you know, we've had these conversations that he is a character that's been put in front of certain companies, certain interest groups to carry forward the narrative and to allow the simulation to happen and to be modeled out. And so if you don't understand that these systems, you know, really are largely embedded in the thought process of MIT and MIT Media Lab, right? Like, people shouldn't be paying attention to Elon Musk. They should be looking very closely at the history of the project work of MIT Media Lab, what they've been involved with corporations, including Lego being a major funder. And when I finally put out the paper that I wrote last year, there'll be a major feature of that. But understanding the AI, the digital currency, the social physics, and how that has come to pass in what we understand as social media today. And so if something becomes a big story in social media, I don't think any of that is organic. It is all orchestrated and is all tagged with some sort of hash so that it can be managed for later. And so that's my feeling about that. Like, when people send me things, I'm like, you know, I'm just going to suggest that if it's viral for a reason. So maybe the new game should be, why is this viral? And not, what do you think? Or who is this? Like, it should, the default, if something is viral, should be like, this is advancing the narrative of the simulation. Is it polarizing? Who is it polarizing and to what end?
Yeah. And on that, I'm going to kind of make a pitch for if you're a real human being and you're not, you know, like, and you're a sincere human being and maybe you don't understand all this, or maybe you do understand it. You know, I always encourage people, like, don't be a passive consumer of information. Like, find, you know, do more. Like Allison's always trying to get people in your own places where you live. Like, look around where you live, whether it's in legislation or what companies or what's happening at the university down the street, because this isn't some like thing out there in China or whatever. It's all over the place. You can find it everywhere when you start to actually look at it. So start to engage in this. And as far as, like, you know, we talk about, like, yeah, if stuff goes viral, there's a reason why it's going viral. It's intentionally being allowed to go viral, or actually being made to go viral. And on the flip side of this, I'm pretty confident that we are being made to not go viral, you know, because we have so many people like, I share this everywhere. And I know part of that is a lot of this is dense and it's really hard for people. I mean, I know I have a difficult time with people that I know when I share this with them and not wanting to, but I mean, in the whole world, we're still, you know, we're maxing out at like maybe 1,700 views. And of those, how many of those are actual real people? And of those people that are actually real people, how many of them are actually real people that are really interested in actually trying to learn about this material? So if you are one of those real people actually interested in this and trying to learn about it, you know, just don't be passive. Like, learn more, like, outside of us, and share it and to really understand it. And, you know, do some,
like, take up a little corner. Like, I just had someone like say that they were interested in slime mold, right? Like, and I'm like, awesome, because I think slime mold is a fascinating part of this puzzle. So, like, if there's something about the stuff that we talk about that's interesting to you, like, go fill out that part of the picture, right? Like, bring that into focus a little bit more. And we can, you know, I offer my space as a guest post on the blog. Like, I would love for it to be, become more of a collaborative platform. And like I said, you know, I've gotten, you know, a half dozen people who've made contributions, you know, in the past year. And I'm grateful for that. So, yeah. It's fun. Like, once you start to, like, I think it's a different level. Like, once you step in and actually do it for yourself, like, to me, and maybe I'm just a real geek and my brain works in a weird way, but like, I kind of find it fascinating to pick an event or something and look at the panelists and then look at all their LinkedIns, right? And then look at their trajectory. Like, where did they start out and where did they go? Like, what is their like? And then you look at, maybe you look at half a dozen people who are on a panel at an event, and then pause and say, what story does that tell? Like, what story can I parse out of these people's life histories of how they represent themselves in their, not that this is their entire life, but like their professional careers? What does that tell me about the framework that I'm looking at? Like, is there a story in it? And often there is. Like, you don't need a secondary narrator. Like, I mean, and you know, I'm offering these kind of services, so I'm not trying to belittle the people who do that, but like, it's kind of fun. Like, if you treat it like, oh, that's interesting, right? You don't have to be terrified, sit in fear, paralyzed fear. Just go look. And sometimes the stuff you find is surprisingly interesting. And you don't have to make these people all wrong, because again, I think if this is a spiritual engagement, the energy you put in is going to be fed back to you, right? It is a feedback loop. And so if what you're doing is, as Cliff says, like, we're pulling out the hammers to beat on the wrong people, like, this is emergent and it's structural throughout the entire fabric of our society at this point. So you're going to be spending all your time hammering and not actually much of your time figuring the story out. If you can put the hammers down and walk a little more nimbly through this, and we don't have to be wrong, but in witnessing it and talking of it, we can start to neutralize it. Like, to me, that feels like a something worth trying anyway.
Yeah. Someone asked, someone said, I never did get Sims. And I was just thinking, all of our phones have something in it called a SIM card. So think about that when you think about like Sim World and virtual worlds and everything. We talk about digital ID. We've had a digital ID for a long time. It's being more integrated and it's expanding, and it's not the government giving you the digital ID. It's this emergent system that's the government and all these different corporations and the banks, and it's emergent. And so anyway, something to think about there on that. I also was going to mention here, so in terms of like the metaverse and like trying to understand these concepts, I recently watched, and it was super stupid, but I wanted to bring it up, that the New York Times did this like debate thing. It's actually from like 6 months ago or something. Yeah, 6 months ago, a debate at the World Economic Forum, and so that's going to trigger. Oh, World Economic Forum, they're the ones behind all of this. I'm like, actually, no, they're not, but they play a role. But the question that there was a debate. The question that was posed by Thomas Friedman, who, if you don't know who Thomas Friedman, he's been a stooge of empire for a very long time. And New York Times, so there's your clue right there. But the question was, is the metaverse an opium of the people in the making? And so if you really want to bore yourself, you can listen. I actually watched this whole thing at double speed because most of it was stupid, but I kind of wanted to see how they were framing. The New York Times and Thomas Friedman was framing it. And I noticed something specifically interesting about the debate. Well, first of all, framing it as, is it the opium? That's totally missing the point. Like, it's like people get addicted to games, people get addicted to drugs. And they were talking about the metaverse as if it's just a game. And it's not a game. It's our governance. It's our new economy. And it's virtual reality, and it's augmented reality, and it's the inside out computer. They totally misrepresent what the metaverse actually is. But one thing that both sides agreed on that I thought was interesting was that they kept bringing up, both sides kept bringing up the point about technology as being neutral. And the side for the metaverse was saying, well, the technology is neutral and we can use it for good or bad. And they kept repeating that. And then the opposition side agreed. They said, yes, technology is neutral. And throughout the whole conversation, people kept repeating it on both sides. And I was just like going, technology is not neutral. It is not. None of this is neutral. Money is not neutral. Technology is not neutral. It's not just a tool that you use for good or bad. Yes, there are good things that can come from it and bad things that come from it. But its very structure, its very existence actually favors certain things over other things. It favors extraction, creating a system where people's behavior is being manipulated by tokens, whether it's people manipulating each other, or a corporation manipulating, or the government manipulating, there's a system that's in place that supersedes any of the individual agents within it. And so, I just thought I'd bring that up, that idea, and I need to explore it more and like maybe better articulate my arguments, because I keep hearing this over and over again, like it's just a tool, it's neutral, it's just a tool. And this is absolutely not neutral, and it's not just a tool. So I wanted to throw that out there.
Can I ask a favor? Like, would you be able to, that first clip that I had from Cesium, not the ones with the bad sound today, but is there a way of playing that one? It's like the couple about, I can't remember that. It's like agency, like not the ones that I just did. Is there a way, or is that too hard?
I can't. Audio was really bad. Like,
no, not the ones I just added. The one before.
Oh, was it on your talk here? Can you send me a link, or is it on your? Is it on which? If it's on your YouTube channel, I can come find it. Like, is it on your Allison channel? If you want to just send me a link and I'll play it. I might already have it in my thing. Anyways, other questions? How y'all doing? Thanks for sticking around with us. And let's see. I'm just checking up on the things.
Sorry.
Someone asked I always say this, but Jason, what does the acronym SMART stand for? It's self-monitoring and reporting technology. And if you just search SMART acronym, it'll come up in the search. So, and let me look in my folder here.
Can you see the chat? I think I pasted it in the chat.
Okay, perfect. And let me see if I might actually just have it like handy right here.
I mean, it is on my channel. It's just just not these last four. It's like the
Oh shoot!
It's called Cesium Podcast SIGGRAPH. It's the one that says SIGGRAPH.
Dang it! This thing took me off the page. Okay, let me come back here.
I'm sorry. It's probably not going to be worth it at this point.
No, it's fine. Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk while I'm queuing this up. Give me 2 seconds.
Does anybody else like have a thing that they are curious about, or I don't know? Like I like, to me at this stage, it feels like talking about the creative economy, talking about our imagination. Like I finished, I put it away, but I finished my read aloud of We, the Yevgeny Zamyatin book. And that was from 1921, I think. So predates all of these dystopia books. And it's about life in ruled by mathematical logic. I mean, that's what they were putting forth. And towards the end, what they were implementing was a procedure that would remove the imagination and make you happy. And, the main character eventually undergoes this procedure, and then it's like he doesn't have any imagination anymore, and then he can become happy. But I feel like whatever this emergent system, this logic system is after, whether it's sort of our soul or our creativity or our imagination, that's what it wants to feed us in tokens for that, for the privilege of giving our imagination and our sort of life force over to it. But the creative economy in the metaverse and this idea of shifting, I think that like the speculative NFT, because they always set up the false straw man argument to knock it down, right? So the speculation in the NFT art market, I think will move over to them eventually saying something like, art is a public good. Therefore, we should tokenize all of the art and pay the artists with some sort of addition on their UBI, or these micropayments for building out a beautifully artful universe for us to live in, and that will be the next phase. But this clip that I wanted you to show, it was mostly when you were saying that it's not neutral, is that the conversations that are being had, not totally hidden, because again, these people at Cesium have their own podcast and they have 30 plus interviews with all the leading players, but you have to actually know that Cesium exists and what it does, and to look it up in the first place. And so if you're not in that circle, if you're not in that silo, the chances that you're going to find out are really minimal.
Right.
So they're all just living in their echo chambers of their old timey video games. And
so I've got the old timey. I got the video queued up, so.
Okay.
And then we finished the morning with Rev Lebaredian from NVIDIA, your colleague, Neil. And Rev is the guy who's, he's taking everything that the other guy said and he's doing it. Omniverse is actually has USD at its core. And
real quick, USD is Universal Scene Descriptor. It was created by Pixar, and it's basically the standard for creating graphics in video games and movies and computer generated graphics.
So Rev made a lot of interesting representation about Omniverse. Neil, you want to talk to that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great example of USD already being deployed in real time and use cases and applications, not just being used for offline movie rendering. And there's lots of cool technology in Omniverse. I mean, there were a couple of examples that Rev was using, digital, because he was focused on using on use case for metaverse in industrial rather than consumer and gaming. So it was an interesting, different perspective. Digital twins was one of the use cases. What happens? What can you do if you connect the real and virtual worlds? And all kinds of insights can happen, not just in real time, but if you have enough processing power to start simulating the real world as to what might happen, and if you can do that quickly enough, fast enough, you can begin to predict the future. So that was a very interesting framing of the power of high performance simulation, trying out different future scenarios. Very powerful, interesting idea.
He actually called it out as superpowers, right? If I remember well.
Superpowers, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And Rev's a very passionate and inspiring speaker, and I liked that he showed just the scale of the metaverse, which became a theme that we started to see later in the course. Then also looking at all these use cases outside of entertainment. And Mark and I are excited because we're going to have Rev on the podcast this season as well.
Yeah, we're looking forward to talk to Rev. I think he made the case, about real-time simulation, and when you can have a digital twin and simulate the future and having recorded the past, it's like you have teleportation, time travel, and then you can explore alternate futures. So I think it's very powerful. And, the role, he told us a lot about AI and the role of AI and, calling Omniverse a place when robot can learn how to be a robot. I think it's also a good summary of what NVIDIA is trying to do with Omniverse right there.
Yeah. And I like his other example of training a robot inside the virtual metaverse and having it interact with the environment, and then just lifting that training out into a real robot, and it worked. That was another very cool example.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of that in our futures. So.
Well, that's exciting. We're going to be able to predict the future.
We're going to be able to teleport through our avatar,
predict the future,
right? And then so we can teleport and train the robots and have them come out of the world, and then we'll be trapped. And
Well, the point I was making to Allison in one of our conversations was just about they're on one hand they're talking about predicting the future, but on the other hand they're actively manipulating their predictions. So it's kind of this weird sort. It's not like they're just standing back and being darn participate and like, hey, we're gonna watch the situation and then guess on what's going to happen. They're actively manipulating the situation and then profiting off them. Anyways, and again, it's not just profit, of course, but anyways, so that was just something that was interesting.
Wow.
So let's see. We do have so after the at the end of the day in Tucson, there was a panel discussion with all the speakers of the day, and it was kind of, I think, a little bit awkward because all the other speakers were there on very much with a different kind of focus and a different purpose, and then there's Allison that was just like, well, so like some of the speakers were kind of a little bit uncomfortable, and it's not a knock on them, it's just that it was just there were kind of two different things that were going on there, and bless Drew for trying to integrate this. But
everybody was great. I mean, the panel, they were just on a more like I'm kind of the outlier in the stuff. So, and anyway, we didn't necessarily think people wanted to listen to the whole panel, although I'm sure like we could post a link once you have those posted if people are interested.
I will be uploading. Yeah, exactly. And I'm uploading the talks from the other things, but they're just, it was more connected to like health freedom and things like that. And so
we just cut out my parts.
Yeah.
Just for brevity's sake.
Right. And to stay focused, because they're just, like I said, they're different conversations, not that they're totally unrelated, but so I thought I would go through some of these things and then we can chat about them. They're short little clips, but these are Allison's responses to some different questions. And so this first one, well, I'll just play it.
And not to be a downer, but I just want to point out that I think that the reservation systems were the predecessors of the smart cities. I mean, and so I think the idea that under US law that you're entitled to justice, like the reality is that most of the original people of these lands didn't actually get the justice that we say that we are about. So I think what I'm trying to say is part of that lesson here, I think, is to understand like how all those people ended up in Oklahoma, how Geronimo's skull ended up in Yale. You know, it's the Yale folks, their law school, that are setting up the smart contract legal programs. And so this history is sticky and long and complicated. And I don't mean to say that it's a lost cause, but I think we have to go into the story with clarity. I mean, that's what John Trudell was saying, like use our intelligence, and are you going to come up with the result you want using the tools that were set up to create the system in the first place? And I don't know, like I don't have the easy answer, but I think that it's worth reflecting on the history, because what we're facing now was faced previously and has been over history, so.
Do you have any comments on that one, Allison? Or additions?
I think it's pretty
self-explanatory. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, I during the beginning of the lockdown, so for people who aren't familiar, when I was doing my education activism, I connected with someone who was involved at Standing Rock through the veterans, and maintained a commitment there on Cheyenne River Reservation, South Dakota. So when the lockdowns happened, I ended up spending 6 weeks helping them try to get like a garden started. And I think it was probably a slightly a fool's errand, because trying to do that in the prairie without a good water source, the prairie is really great at growing wildflowers, but not so much that. So like my perspective, which I wouldn't have had I not met this individual and had a chance to incorporate that story and that perspective into my analysis, like that really shaped for me understanding both not only the education, but what has unfolded since as digital empire. And so I don't try to like come in and assert, anything about indigenous, but those have been guideposts for me for like truly having an understanding of the history that I didn't have. Like I was a good student, and no one ever offered me this frame to say, oh, by the way, the mythology of Philadelphia, the mythology of the US, like there are these other stories that get curated out so that this seems like a clean, clear-cut story. And then once you peel it back and you realize it's a lot muddier than, and you really should revisit some of those founding documents, some of these other things, like it's a more nuanced conversation. And so for me, that's always been important. And I'm not trying to do it like, again, in the culture wars, these identities and perspectives become weaponized as polarizations. But I truly feel, I'm not just doing this as a performance, that we actually have a reckoning to do with our history, in the history of the West and the frontier, that now we're at this scientific frontier, right? That we're at the transhumanist frontier, and it's relevant. And it is a challenge, because I just wrote a piece, that touched on many of these wrongs that happened to the original people, like they didn't have a really good recourse to the US government. So then they appealed to the United Nations in the post-war era. And so there was this very tight connection between indigenous rights around the world and the UN. And now that's really going to be set up for this next level of social impact, natural asset corporations, tokenization of the natural world and the DNA of, like, oh, sure, people of the Amazon, well, we'll preserve parts of this rainforest and we'll sample it all for the molecules, and we'll maybe give you some sort of micropayment, in exchange for accessing the data of, the lands that your culture exists in, and that will be part of the new asset class. So,
right.
Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to jump to the next one, and okay, and some of these I kind of cut out the question, but they're mostly self-explanatory.
I just want to say it's important to remember that the Carnegie Corporation, besides funding the Flexner Report and the remaking of medical education, also funded the public education system, and also the Peace Prize, which is homeostasis. But yeah, so they set up TIAA-CREF, like the teacher pension funds, the accreditation, and they've been behind the creation of educational technology since the 60s. And the plan for hybrid education was always coming, the plan to break down public schools and to send kids home or out into the community. I didn't anticipate that it would happen as part of a health event. That wasn't on my radar, but every document I read said that schools would be deconstructed and they would shift to an Internet of Things mediated, data-driven, personalized instruction process. And I thought I had maybe 10 years to try to explain this to people, that this was really the plan. And it's not a matter of people like not knowing or cycles. It's a matter of getting the readiness. And what the key is the digital identity and the digital twin, and they're there now. And this is going to be linked to the ESAs. The state of Arizona is one of the leaders in these education savings accounts. And it's often pitched as a conservative or a liberty-loving kind of school choice option. But what that means is once they get those accounts, that will be your Learn card, that will be your digital identity, and that will mean every community site or vendor that accepts that payment, there will be fine print about data that is sent back. And you're not going to get to buy just anything, right? There will be a book and it will say what you're allowed to buy and what curriculums are approved, or maybe there'll be a surcharge if you want, a Christian version, or, like of the Black Panther version, or, like they'll come up with some pricing options, but all the data will go to the same place. And they've always meant for that to happen. And Arizona is at the lead on not just offering education savings accounts, but making them payable on these digital formats. So I just want to add that because the makeover was coming, and this really, we need people to understand that this was a health event that precipitated a digital transformation across every area of life, and that was always meant to be that way. It's not something that just happened.
Yeah, and it goes back. Go ahead.
No, I just think that would be a good as an independent clip on my channel, because there's so much of what's happening around the culture wars in the education space now that people are just missing. They're just being managed. And I think people's hearts are in the right place. I think most people who are engaged in this are there because they actually do want to protect children, but there are these polarizing ideologies on both sides. And if people understood, right, if we were honest about what was really happening, that they could come together and protect all the kids, from the machine.
Yeah. And I do think that if there were a certain percentage of people, I don't know what that percentage is, but if there were a certain percentage of people who understood at least generally the outlines of what we're dealing with, and in their heart rejected it and said, in any way I can, wherever I have the opportunity. Obviously, we're living in this system. We need money to live. To some extent, and but just that alone something would emerge from that. Once that were to happen. So that's where I'm thinking on we need to work on ourselves and continue to, challenge our friends and family and the people around us on different understandings of the world, and get them to maybe think about some of these things, because I really do. I don't think anybody, including a lot of the people that are actually building this thing, like at high levels, like if they really understood the implications of this and what it means for life, they would be against it. I really believe that. I truly believe that. But anyway, okay, let's jump to the next one. The next one was, someone in the audience had asked the different panelists about their advice on what to do. So this was Allison's answer.
We're the ant wandering around by the toaster on your counter. I think they play down at the nanoscale, and I think that there's the unexpected magic and possibility down there. So I think you travel your road and it unfolds, whatever's, and you find your people. Like that's the wonderful gift, of this terrible time, is that when you walk the road, be out in the world, like you said, meet your neighbors, go for a walk, talk to people, and see what the world has to offer. And as Robin Wall Kimmerer says, listen to the plants, listen to your other relatives. Like, see, the magic is there. We just have to wear the right set of glasses to see it, I think. So I would just say, yeah, stay hopeful.
I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see.
Is it the right pair? Did you get the good kind?
Well, these are the ones that are supposed to block the blue light, but I never wear them, actually. Well, because I do color grading a lot of times, so you can't do color grading with these things.
Oh, right.
Anyway.
These are pretty good. I like these they're nice little chunks.
Do you agree with yourself, Allison?
I think they're brilliant. Bloody brilliant.
All right, let's go to the next one. So this one has to do with, well, we'll talk about it afterward. I'm not going to preference it.
Be mindful about having the schools manage any kind of wellness programs too. I know it seems attractive to want to go oh, we don't like this health protocol, we prefer this health protocol. You don't want them in that business, because actually it's part of the human capital finance market. They'll be managing pre-diabetes, they'll be putting the kids in Fitbits, and they're actually, because of the poverty, putting a lot of food pantries in the schools and then tying it to behavior management points. And one of the reasons Obama gutted FERPA, which is the Family Education Rights Privacy Act, Protection Act, was because they want to install medical screenings and treatments and social welfare systems in the schools so that the data is available to them in a way that it's not with HIPAA, particularly in the mental health stuff, Carl. And the mental health stuff you touched on, I think it's on purpose. They're manufacturing harm of anxiety and depression in kids so that they can treat them with these apps in school with license. So I know it's tempting to sort of say, I know the better route, and can I tell you, I think you should be mandating this other better route. But any of those mandates is going to be happening in the outside-in robot.
And then they want to measure your stool with the shit bit. So that's what I'm concerned about.
You were just waiting to put
I was like, oh, I got a joke here. Shit bit. Okay, I gotta come up with something funny to say about a shit bit. Okay, Allison. Any more?
Well, I'll just say I might have said this in some of the other talks in the past, but when I was doing the education work early on, there was a woman that I connected with who had a blog, and she was a second grade teacher in Maine at the time. And one of her co-teachers had brought in a program with UNICEF, which we know that now that UNICEF is all about, AI and blockchain and drones and VR training of children and, who knew? But that they had wearables for exercise, and that if the children hit their step count or whatever, that would be tracked, and then there would be food packages sent to poor children in some other part of the world. And and I remember her saying that there was one of the little kids who kind of came up and said, to the teacher, well, I don't understand, if they have the food, why don't they just give it to the kids? But the thing is, it's this crazy double dip. Once you understand these humanitarian aid impact markets, it's not only are they finding ways to make money off of humanitarian aid, but they're going to actually control the behavior of two ends. So you've got these entangled systems, right? We talk about quantum entanglement. Well, this is like UNICEF entanglement. You've got the second grader in Maine and like some, undernourished child in India, and they're connected across the cloud sphere by these wearable techs and this global NGO. And they're getting probably fitness and wellness data on the kids in the US, and then they're getting nutrition. They're probably going to measure like the test scores of the people in India and say, oh, well, those kids did better because we gave them some food. So their test scores got higher, and yay. So all the impact investors get paid off. And so I think, there's a real tendency, and I saw this throughout the lockdowns in the wellness community, to be just as militant about their viewpoint and imposing their viewpoint on others as the people who are following the mainstream were about their point of view. Like, it was equal intensity. Like, no, I know best. Like, I know the right nutrient supplements. I know the right food protocol. I know the right health protocol. Because I could see that the wellness space was going to be weaponized into impact finance, like the initial wave was just the shock treatment, but the ripples that are going to come back, probably the wellness is going to bite us in the butt more than the initial stuff. And not to minimize the harm of that initial wave of medical interventions, but the long tail of it is going to come from the wellness space. And that's going to also eventually meld in the mental health with the altered, if not, and they probably will move away from traditional pharmaceuticals for depression, but they'll probably come up with a game, right? Oh, are you anxious? Well, let me give you some biofeedback. Let me put you in a gamified state, and that will remedy your depression or your anxiety. And then we can get your data. We can get you in the flow state. And hey, like, if you prove yourself, maybe you can get some tokens and you can join our team, our global problem-solving team, like through your biofeedback device. And so people feel like they know the right thing, and that's what I've come to realize is that once you understand that the issue is natural life against the machine, and that agency and autonomy is pivotal, then you have to respect people's choices. Like, even in my own family, there were choices made that were not my choices, but like the people involved were adults. So you have to respect the choices you make, or we're not really about people's rights to make their own choices, right? Like, if you're dictating the choice that you feel is better, like, that's also the wrong answer, in my opinion.
And I just brought this up because it relates, a lot of, and most of my friends are in that space that have activists around health freedom. And I know that there's a lot of discussion around alternative treatments. And I'm not saying that there aren't like some valid, things that people should look at in terms of what's the best way to be healthy and all of that. But we did a video that was actually in response to this Greater Reset event that had been put on. But a lot of the speakers were actually promoting a lot of the stuff that Allison and I have been talking about. And I know a lot of people are really grateful for Children's Health Defense and for Robert F. Kennedy for challenging some of the narrative around the V word. But Allison made this, I took a clip out of that thing, and I'll show you. Notice that in RFK Jr.'s book, which chapter? Yeah, chapter 1, Mismanaging a Pandemic. And I encourage you guys to actually watch this video, because, we may agree with the criticisms of the way, what the narrative is around the COVID thing, and what, the concerns about the vaccines and possible preventative things or whatever. But there's another layer to this that we need to think about with regards to managing. I don't know how I try to think how to word this, Allison, but putting these early treatment things into the system, So anyways, I encourage people to watch this. It's called it's on Allison's channel. It's RFK Jr.'s Mismanaging a Pandemic Narrative video. So it's a clip. It's a 10,
like even
11 minutes.
early on, people were like, well, why are they not looking at food or fitness, or why are they not looking at eating the right food, or why are they not looking? I think maybe even the person said vitamin D. But then as soon as you put that into the automated layer, right? Like, oh, okay, children, now we have to wheel you all out and now it's time for your sun treatment, Right. And so, we have to understand that until we address the structure of the data-driven society that we've created, even if we come up with something that seems like a really beneficial or benign solution, like answer, is going to get, in my opinion, there's a very good likelihood that it's going to end up being distorted within the machine to something that actually ends up being sort of tyrannical. Yeah.
And so, and we're not saying anything about whether or not you should or shouldn't take this or that remedy, whether you should take vitamins or anything. That's your, you should figure out what's best for you and your health. That's not what we're talking about here. We're just saying that there are aspects of this that are incorporated into the very system that we're talking about. And actually, if you look at some of the people who are promoting these things, they're actually actively involved at some of them at kind of high levels with promoting these blockchain behavioral tokenomics.
Well, a lot of the repurposed drugs too are a pay for success market. Like they're straight up a pay for success market. It's like I have documentation of that. But I would also say that the framing of that question was about children in public schools. So those are minors and people who are within a controlled setting. So they're not even able to legitimately have informed consent about their own stuff, like in that public thing. So, I was just like, be mindful. You may like, and that's what I've said in the polarizing political ideology. You may be saying, okay, the schools are brainwashing my kids to this particular ideology, but is the issue the ideology or the brainwashing? And I would say, like, if they were brainwashing your kids into the ideology that you approved of, would you approve of the brainwashing as a technique, or should we just not do brainwashing? Like, should we try to be more measured about it?
Yeah, and also Sebs in the comment mentioned RFK Jr., Malone, and Steve Kirsch all promoting antidepressants for CVID. Do you want to say something particularly about Steve Kirsch? Because I think that that's kind of an important figure, and I know a lot of people look up to him.
I mean, it's been a bit, but I mean, he's a billionaire with ties to MIT, and he was working in the digital identity space. And I would just say, look at the power dynamic. They want you to say oh, he's a nice guy or she's a nice person, or they're saying what I like for them to say. But in reality, you have to understand the positions that these influencers have, right? So, if you're going into this, money is influence, right? I'm not sort of speaking of his personal character, but the power in, you don't get to be a billionaire without being unless you just inherited $1 billion, but without being particularly calculating about the choices that you make, you wouldn't be a billionaire. So if he has positioned himself, and I'm pretty sure that he was the one that was behind the repurposed drugs, that was a big part of it. It's been a while since I gave that presentation. But yeah, look for pay for success and repurposed drugs and understand that it's an impact market. And just, it goes back to the same thing in the health freedom space of I have maybe we should, why would you preemptively take a pharmaceutical when you're asymptomatic? That, I mean, to me, that there's some cognitive dissonance there among, if what you're holding to is how dare you make me test for a thing that I'm asymptomatic about, then why would you turn around and take medications when you're asymptomatic preemptively? It seems to me if you're going to question the system of mainstream allopathic medicine and the Flexner Report and the Rockefeller medicine, then you would do it holistically, not just because, I don't I say it's their white coats versus my white coats. We shouldn't be run by the white coats. Ultimately, we shouldn't have a society run by the white coats or the electron microscopes, period.
Yeah. Okay, let's do another.
So my question is for Allison, and you mentioned digital twin, and have you heard about our country being a corporation and the straw man?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Again, that's one of those things, like I don't hear a lot of people in that space of like the maritime law, like making the connection to the straw. I don't know, maybe they are and I'm just not active in it that much. I mean, do you know if they're making those connections?
Yes, they are.
Okay, all right, well, that's good.
Other thing, sorry. One more thing is the American Frontline Doctors, they've been talking about developing, or having a parallel society and creating our own medical. So we're going to have like 4 hospitals around the United States, as well as our own legal system, which will probably be stripping us back down to the Bill of Rights and our Constitution, and us not following everything else that's going on here. Do you think that our country, or our world rather, will allow us to live that way without trying to encamp us, things like that?
Well, I would say if they're proposing like a legal system and all of that, if they're not talking about the Web3 stuff. I mean, to me at this point, if you're a prominent thought leader and you're not actually integrating the digital identity, Web3 cyber-physical systems into the conversation, I don't really know that you're informed enough to make the strategy call. That's just where I'm at. And I don't really see, I've pretty much given up the health freedom space personally, because for the first year, I was pretty confident that at some point the information that I was sharing about the finance markets and digital identity would sink in, and it didn't. And no one picked it up, and they still haven't. And so at this point, I mean, I would say people have to make their own decisions. It's not like many of these people haven't been told or aren't aware. They're simply not incorporating it into their analysis. And it's not because it's not happening. So then you have to wonder if these are the people who are being placed in front of you in social media. Think about the ant computer. Think about how the simulation runs, and then ask yourself, where are we in the simulation and what is the purpose? I mean, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe all this Web3 isn't, what it is, but I would say have a gander at the Protocol Labs YouTube channel. It's pretty intense. And the fact that those videos are only getting 200 or 300 views indicates, and these are some of the most powerful people in AI working on this, it just, to me, shows how broken the digital world is and how easy it is to obscure, like within a world of curated information, what gets amplified and what gets suppressed. I'll just add as an example, so Cello is a digital currency that my friend Leo Saraceno has done a lot of writing on at siliconicarus.com. And this digital currency is being piloted in humanitarian aid spaces, but there's going to be a bigger rollout, and it's led by Sepp Kamvar. Sepp Kamvar was the person who did the Google personalized algorithms setup, and he was the head of the social systems group at MIT. While he was at MIT, he created a Montessori school franchise where they put sensors in the children's slippers and in the classroom environment to track the children. It's called Wildflower Montessori. It's around the Boston area. So one of his partners in this is Charles Eisenstein of the Sacred Economy. Now, there are many, many people in the space who really find they are aligned with how he speaks about things in terms of the sacred economy and nature and other things. But the reality is he's never actually addressed the fact that he is an advisor to Cello and Sepp Kamvar. And for the most part, I think in these social worlds, they know that people are in search of a leader, like someone who they can follow and that they can trust, and there's a community built around it, and they know that that's what people seek, and so that's what they give them. And then once you find out the story is maybe more complex or there's more layers, people are really loath to be rejected from the group, from looking at new realities, like asking questions. It's very hard to have the strength to just, it doesn't make the other people wrong, but it makes it very hard to introduce new information. With the ants, what they said in their path planning, they're very efficient. Once they set the path, they set the path. And if you change the route, say you remove a barrier that makes the other path that was longer shorter, they can't change. Or if you add additional food to a food source, once the process is in place, they can't redirect. So that's what the last 2.5 years have been, unfortunately. And I don't even know that many of the people who are up there being the nodes in this network understand. Do I think they know about the ant computer? I don't. I think that they're just people who like to be liked and like to be influential and have things to say, and they have things to say. But it's complicated, and understanding complexity doesn't get rewarded, unfortunately.
So I'll just say a couple things before you, Allison. You asked the questioner, are people actually making these connections? And she says, oh, yes, they are. And I'm sorry, I'll put money on that they're not making these connections. And I remember I sent your channel to somebody. It was on a freedom group in Telegram, which I left because I got frustrated with trying to argue with people on there, but I lost patience. But I sent them. I'm like, hey, check out some of these videos. They sounded like they were engaged, and I'm like, here, watch some of these things. And they said, oh, I looked through. This was like a minute later. They responded to me, and they're like, oh, I looked at that. I already know all that stuff. I'm like, I guarantee you, I've yet to find anybody else that's even talking about this stuff like in this way, and then like even digital ID. So like I sometimes they do bring up digital ID, and I actually chimed in just for a minute today on a live stream from one of the influencers, and it was just it could have been the exact same talk that was happening two years ago, but it was just all the buzzwords: WF, Klaus Schwab, stakeholder capitalism, without any context, without any meaning or understanding. And they'll say digital ID, but they won't say what it's for, what it is, who's issuing it. They'll just say, oh, it's the government. The government's going to give you your digital ID, and it's going to be like China. I mean, that's not what's happening. I'm sorry, that's not what's happening. If you live in China, sure, fine, that's what's happening. Anyway, so I just thought I would say that. Allison?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's, I thought it was important, the section that was talking about the removal of the barriers and the inability to redirect. Like, for me, that's the key point. And I think when I got to that understanding, that's where I felt like I needed to like leave Twitter, because once the path has been set, and I feel like they probably had some measurement that said, okay, you get people in this situation for 2 years, you get it reinforced, the pheromones, you get them on the road, you get and they're not on the same road. You've got one people on this road and some other people on that road. And then you've got some people wandering around by the toaster, which is us. And then it's not going to really change. It's not going to fundamentally change. And that's why even in the health freedom space within the first year, I said, listen, I think this is so much bigger. People have already set their course. Let us talk about something that's outside of the health space that we can unify around, and then maybe back end it, right? Like, let's talk about education, or let's talk about these other electronic government, because that's something that the course hasn't already been set. And maybe if we can build some bridges among people in those spaces, then eventually it'll backwash into the health stuff. Eventually they'll come around, right? But if we go in good faith to build bridges on these other issues that relate to Web3 and tokenization, we could get there. But it was so clear within the narrative structure that was never going to happen. And if anything, the health freedom space has gotten so angry, like majority, from what I understand, like angry and toxic and vengeful, that they've poisoned themselves largely. I mean, and they feel very, very self-congratulatory in their rage about things, but they're never going to come back. Like, that barrier, like, you could put a whole glommy thing of a big brownie sundae blop on the kitchen floor, and they're not even going to see it. Like, they can't actually. And I have some, once you understand the structure, then you actually, sometimes I would be angry with people. I still get frustrated, but I can't say, I'm human, right? But I'm trying, I can tap into compassion for them, because I understand how they've been managed to that end, and that it's not all their fault. I mean, they do have agency and they could make a different choice, but the structure is so powerful, and they probably got it so fine-tuned that I can't just remain angry with them, because I know that what they're involved with. And I don't know why some of us are maybe able to be outside of it. But then the hard thing is when you're outside of it, you're really outside and you're like the lonely ant by the toaster. And like there may be a couple, 3 or 4 ants like follow you over to the toaster, but like they're never coming. And so that's why when people ask, what do you do? Like, I'm not going to presume to tell other people, but the course that I've chosen is to understand, to get clarity, to use platforms which admittedly are still on social media, but not an interactive way in the same way, and to make these interventions where I can. And that's what feels right for me. But then other people have to figure out what feels right for them.
Yeah.
Because I'm not giving up.
I'll say one more thing on the digital ID in terms of understanding what the digital ID. I mentioned, the SIM in your phone. I think we need to rethink our understanding of the digital ID itself, because what we're dealing with in a lot of these it's called zero knowledge. So it's like, how do we know who you are without actually like sharing the information? But they're saying, well, traditionally you have like an ID, you have your state ID, or you have a birth certificate or whatever. But they're saying we want other ways. In fact, that's not necessarily even the best way. What we want is like a decentralized, interoperable, networked way of knowing who you are. So your digital ID is not simply your SIM. It's your SIM, it's your connections on Facebook, it's people who know you, and they're actually building into the tokenized system incentivized ways to give people tokens to verify your identity. So I think the idea of like we need to rethink the concept of digital identity itself, because it's not just going to be like, oh, you have a code, you have a number. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you'll have there'll be some sort of a number, but it's going to be this networked thing that's going to say who you are from like everything that they talk about, from facial recognition, but also your driver's license. Colorado, we have the driver's license, but also your social media network and your interactions. Oh, you went to the grocery store and you used your grocery store card to get a discount. That will be fed into the ID. So they want like a foolproof way to really, really know who you are.
Behavioral biometrics,
right?
Too.
And that's where
I remember coming across that early on.
Right.
And really understand like behavioral biometrics, what it meant. And they're like, oh, well, we know that you go running at 5:30 every day, like with your smartwatch, or we know, and I've even seen things like I used to like call my credit card company when I would go out of town so they wouldn't ding, like I have an Ella Bean credit card, and they were terrible, like where you show up somewhere and they cancel, like you go on vacation, the first day you go to the grocery store to get the groceries and they're like, oh, bing, so I would call, and then eventually they didn't need me to call anymore. They're like, and it was funny because once I almost caught them up, like they were like, oh, like they knew why they didn't need for me to call them, but they almost were going to tell me, and then they pulled back. So there's some new information in the credit card companies, like at that point, like 2 or 3 years ago, that they didn't need that anymore.
Right.
There was something about the biometrics that they knew. So, but yeah, and Seb's has been doing some work on these directed acyclic graphs. Like that's the thing. They imagine that your government is going to give you one identity, but no, it is an integrated social identity, because if you understand that their goal is collective consciousness and teaming and this global superorganism, they're really interested in your identity in relation to others as well. Like, so all of these nodes are like, you've got the Voronoi polyhedron, but you also have this other graph thing that's like building out with different nodes with all these different, interfaces. And, but one of the talks I was listening to recently was the IEEE guy, Mr. Wan from IBM in China or whatever, the standards. And he was talking about persistent computing, right? So they need this thing to work wherever you are. And they need for like when you leave, I don't know if you can ever really leave mixed reality, but like when you engage, more specifically, you turn back and you engage in a section of the mixed reality, that it's the same as when you left it, or it has the same information. Or when Philip Rosedale or Neil Stephenson are having their creators build out the creative economy, they were talking about value chains in like the creation of a sword, like that you use in a game. So someone sketches it out on a napkin, and that's a first claim of creation. But then someone does another level of putting it in a game, and that's another added element of the supply chain. But then it has to be refined by the art department. So that's another level. And then you have to add like sounds that go with like when you use the sword, and that's the sound department. And so all the hands that touch that virtual object along the way will be pinned for a certain amount of microcredit at some point. So every time that sword gets picked up and used in a game, like these tiny payments trickle back to the various people depending on their level of commitment in that. And that was the same with the, what was it, the retroactive funding stuff that Dalrymple was talking about, right? Like you build a public good and you have some sort of credit for the amount of time that you put into that, creating that public good. And so at some future point, if there's some payout, you'll have an entitlement to a certain percentage. So it's a different kind of speculation. And like, but it's all tied back to your identity as you understand it. So it's much more sophisticated than the government giving you a Chinese social credit. You're right about that. And, you know, I said, if anything, your digital identity, your graph that you're creating, it's going to be central to your work history. You're not going to be able to get work without a social graph. And Zargham talks about that a lot. Like, sure, you could fragment your identity. You could create different personas. You could reveal certain things to certain people, but you're going to have to start from scratch every time and rebuild it. And you have to rebuild the trust through doing work with people. It has to happen in real time. It can't be accelerated. So it may take you 3 or 4 or 5 years to build up enough social credit within the work environment to be able to get the tasks you want. But that's not the government doing it. That's the new platform labor model. Right. And I think that people who do coding work have known this for a very long time. Like if you're doing all this GitHub stuff, like I've never done it, but like, it seems like that's like, oh, well, of course that's how you do it. Like we've been doing it that way for 10 years, probably in the coding world, but nobody else has. And soon they're going to push it on everybody.
Well, if you're in that space, there's a logic to it, because like you're saying, okay, I run a website. We want to stop all these bots. There's all these bots that are creating these accounts and they're doing nasty things. They're promoting stuff. They're putting sex ads up. They're doing all this stuff, which is true. Like there's a problem there with bots for sure. So there's a logic. If that's like, this is the problem that we're solving is the bots, without any thought or understanding about any of the other consequences about their solution to this one little problem. There's a logic to it. We want to know that you're who you are. And actually, I'm leading Hak-Wen Lau's book, In Consciousness We Trust, and he's with Harmony. And I picked up the book because I was like, he works in brain science and neuro brain science, and he's also working with Harmony, which is a blockchain. UBI. Yeah, they promote UBI as one of the things. But he calls it proof of consciousness, and then proof of soul, proof of personhood. Exactly. But there's some
of these things they're going to give identities to virtual machines. Like they're going to have their own identity. And even in the talk that I was looking at today about like creating characters in the metaverse, they're like, oh, you can just be anything. Like you probably wouldn't want your doctor to look like a dinosaur, but you could, you could be a strawberry, but then like, again, you could have your toaster look like, a hot pinup guy or something like that. Like anything could be linked to anything else. And then like, are they going to give the toaster that looks like the pinup model an identity? And like, do they get a proof of personhood identity if they're a toaster? Can they look like a person, or do they have to look like a toaster, or could they look like a strawberry? Like there are all of these crazy social rules that we don't understand. And then like we're asking, like there's, I've had hard things happen to me in social media spaces, like things like that feel really like bullying, like some of it, and some of it's just hurtful. And like, so how are we, like, they want to paint this as some lovely utopia of social relations in the metaverse, but like, I know differently. Like I know from personal experience, and like what happens once we can start to dance around and like put on costumes in there, and like, we have no idea who we're actually dealing with. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. And I've been trying to, I left social media and I've been trying to pull myself away from that. And somebody made a comment, the unscannables will be banished or worse. Someone else said, like, if you're not on LinkedIn, you don't even exist. And I was thinking about that. Like, it might be really difficult for me to get work in the future, even as an independent, gig worker, if I can't prove that I'm a real person, you know, I'm a real human being. Like, we need to know who you are. You know, you don't exist. You know, it's like walking around without any.
And all of us people who don't exist without verifying each other won't do any good either.
Yeah, none of you exist. You guys are all, you don't exist. But yeah, I've thought a lot about that. Like, you know, how is this going to affect? Because I've made the decision that I'm not going along with this. I do not, in every ounce of my being, I'm opposed to this thing that they're building. So, yeah, it's, well, we have one more question and answer from this. So I'll go ahead and run that.
Alice, and I wanted to ask, what you feel AI wants to do with human diversity.
I think it wants to cultivate diversity, actually. I mean, once you understand that diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice isn't just a wokeism, like isn't just about brainwashing you to the progressive program, it's actually part of the complex systems analysis. It's a different lens. And so, like when I have a piece I haven't published yet that I need to get back to, but it was about MIT's role in education and Lego Corporation, and I was trying to figure out how to talk about this emergent system, because many people sort of identify that there are bad guys and we can find them, and there must be a certain number and it's the cabal and we'll find them and do something to them. And I'm like, I don't think that may give certain people comfort, but I think this is more like an emergent decentralized system that's coming from all over by people who just don't really understand the complexity of it. And so is that demonic? Well, some people might imagine that as demonic. There's a lot of people who understand things within, like, the book of Revelations. For me, I don't feel comfortable living in the doomsday program at this point. I'd rather this be like a test of humanity's better nature. And so I've sort of chosen to think of this decentralized distributed thing almost like a Pinocchio. Like there's some sort of like misguided child up there that looks down and it sees something that it wants to be something it can't be, and that it's searching around in all of us and collecting us and poking around to try to figure out what we are. And I don't know that it's doing it from a mean place or an angry place or it just doesn't know what to make of the system. And it's sampling and playing, kind of. And to me, if you live in a story where it's that instead of a demon that's trying to kill everybody, then it actually gives us more agency, because we're like, it's not gonna work out, Pinocchio. Like, we're not your toy. Like, I know it's gonna be okay. Like, I have compassion for you, but you can't be us. And so that's how I'm choosing to look at it at the moment. But again, we all live in stories, and no one's given me a hot tip that it's Disney and Pinocchio up there, although it may be Disney, I don't know, but that's how I think about it.
It's funny, when I first, I've been really reluctant with social media from the very beginning, but I did create a MySpace account, but I was like totally anonymous on it. And my username on MySpace was "I'm a real boy," and my image was like a boy doll head, kind of like a Ken looking doll head, but not quite. It was a different. I don't know what, I didn't recognize it, but I right from the beginning I was like, there's something fishy about this whole thing, But yeah, I'm a real boy.
Yeah. So I eventually I do have to get that put out, that write up, because I think that is an important. Like, what are we going to, because we can choose the story that we live in, and we can choose like the role that we play as we understand it, and if anything, that's what I've sort of learned over this, is that like, there's actual power in choosing our story, like in choosing how we tell our story. And that's one thing that we do have control over, is how we see ourselves in the story that we're inhabiting. Like there may be other things that are happening beyond our control, but the way we choose to see things is what either gives us power or our agency moving forward, or doesn't. So, yeah. And I appreciate Cliff's insights into that, into the idea of like, what are you listening to, and what is this narrative because I didn't have that the first year or so. Like I was just running around frantically going, hey, this is really important, listen to me. And then the more you actually, once I developed an understanding of the system, like, and then you're sad about it, and then you kind of get resigned, and then you're like, okay, well, here's a new tool. The new tool is like, we get to choose our story. And and that's up to every person to use. And to be honest, that's our creative power, right? That's our imagination. And that's something that it doesn't have. So exercise it often.
I've been slowly getting deflated as I go along with this thing. But right now I'm happy to say I feel like I've got I don't know which wind. It's not my second, that's for sure. But I'm putting on a different lens right now, and I'm actually in the process of changing myself and how I deal with this and how I deal with myself as well. So it's there's anyways, I'm in a good place right now. I wanted to mention one last thing, and then you can, if there's anything else you want to add. Someone mentioned, I think the lack of consensus is the only thing holding it back. I have two things to say about that. One is I don't think it necessarily needs consensus because, again, it's a system that feeds on polarization. But I will say there is the company that there's a person named Joseph Lubin, and he was one of the key people who helped finance Ethereum, like from the very beginning, and his company is called Consensus. And we could probably do a whole show and even get Leo in on that, but like Consensus is actually a really important topic to discuss, and the company as well. So anyways, I just thought I would bring that up because I thought that was worth commenting on.
Yeah. And I think that actually the idea of consensus is sort of central to the Quaker faith practice, and I'm the one who's always sort of dragging out the Quakers to talk about them in the finance part of this. And sociocracy is also part of sort of this consensus-based governance thing. And actually in one of the talks I heard, I believe it was Michael Zargam, uplifting sociocracy as an option, because I think it's suited to this tokenization process and remote participation. So consensus is a pretty loaded term. And I agree with you about Lubin and his importance in the whole system. Because if anything, I mean, I don't know, he seems like he might be in control of more things than Buterin, who's still, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, on that, thank you, Allison, and thank all of you for listening to us.
Thanks for editing all of that together, Jason. I know that was a bit of a piece of work to get all of those clips together. And thank you, Drew and Tucson, for having us out and extending your hospitality, and for everybody who came to see us live, and and for everybody who's hung out in the chat.
Yeah. Well, till next time.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. Let's go out on a nice photo of Arizona.
Did you make that?
No, I just found it on the internet.
Beautiful. The Sonoran Desert is beautiful.
And the Segura cactuses were amazing. So thanks, everyone. Good night.